Hello, everybody. My name is Eric D. Johnson, also known by BrightShine. We're here in the city of Memphis. It's in the county sheriff and state of Tennessee. Today's date is Sunday morning, July the 16th, 2023. The time 9:30 a.m. First, I'm gonna say thank you to all my family, my support, for the continued encourage support, continue to keep myself employed in the Memphis tri-state area, and continue to further my education, Monroe College Online. I'm gonna continue to pursue my social degree, studying being administrative contract market. I took a break from going to school. But in the future, I will be going back to Monroe College Online. I'm continuing to pursue my social degree, studying being administration, contract mark, as well as just continue to further my education. And right now, I'm gonna start my Facebook Live. Hello, everybody. My name is Eric D. Johnson, also known by BrightShine. I live right here in the city of Memphis. It's in the county sheriff. It's in the state of Tennessee. Today's date is Sunday morning, July the 16th, 2023. The time 9:31 a.m. First, I'm gonna say thank you to my family, my support, for your continued encouragement, support, and continue to keep myself employed in the Memphis tri-state area. Continue to further my education, Monroe College Online. Continue to pursue my social degree, studying being administrative, contract mark. In the present time, I took a break and going to school. In the future, I'm going to go back to Monroe College Online and continue to pursue my social degree, studying being administrative. I'm going to continue to further my education. Now, what you see in front of you, anti-gang, anti-Gnostic, anti-hazing. Also, adversus, heresies, translated meaning against heresies. Saint Irenaeus, the Bishop of Lyon, together with Saint Ignatius, the Bishop of Antioch. They wrote a 5-volume book refuting Gnosticism, proving that Gnosticism was and is a heresy. Also, Saint Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, in his 39th Festal letter, Easter letter, banned all non-Christian writing. Saint Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, together with all the other bishops in the Catholic Church, they went around and collected all that Gnostic theologian writing, destroyed it. A personal person took some of the copies of that Gnostic theologian writing, wrapped it in some papyrus paper, put it in a jar and buried it in Nagamata, Egypt. In 1945, little farm boy in Nagamata, Egypt was outside playing. And while he was outside playing, he found the jar that Gnostic theologian writing was put in. He gave it to his father, and his father eventually gave it to the scholars at the colleges and universities around the world. And what they've done, these scholars in academia at these colleges and universities around the world, the sorority and fraternity, they went behind the Catholic Church's back. They went behind the bishops and the deacons' back. In the Roman Catholic Church, the Eastern Orthodox Church, the Oriental Orthodox Catholic Church, they went behind their back, lying, as they still doing today, lying. Also, Saint Epiphanius of Salome, the Bishop of Cyprus, wrote a 3-volume book titled Panarian Greek, Panarian Latin, translated meaning bread basket. The scholars have also said that Saint Epiphanius of Salome, Bishop of Cyprus, 3-volume book is also adverse heresy against heresies. esoteric, esoteric, and exoteric. Esoteric and exoteric. Now, esoteric. Break it down to syllables. S-O-Ter-ic. Esoteric. Break it down to syllables. S-O-Ter-ic. Exoteric. Break it down to syllables. X-O-Ter-ic. Exoteric. Break it down to syllables. X-O-Ter-ic. Rejected knowledge. Rejected knowledge. Rejected knowledge. Rejected knowledge. To get straight to the point, you using your imagination, making up stuff, trying to make up some kind of religion. The Almighty, Vice Lord, Four Corner Hustle. The Almighty, Black Prince Stone. The Almighty, Black Disciple, Poppy. The Almighty, Mickey Cobra, Cracker. The Almighty Bluefin, Black Disciple, the Black Disciple. The Lord, Stone, Disciple. 7-Eleven, G killer, gangster disciple killer, glazed donut killer, goofy killer. Now, like I just said, a lot of people been using their imagination to make up a religion. To make up religion. And then when they do that, they be violent. They use violence. They use violence. Now I know that I didn't make my video last weekend. I had to work last Saturday. Then Sunday, I was doing some things, and the time just but and then as you know, I had a cold the weekend before that. Been still trying to get over this cold and congestion and all this kind of stuff. But make my video today. And so won't continue to emphasize what you teach and how you teach. That's what's important. And that's really the excuse me, the key thing to reflect on is that the dirty sheep and the willing sheep did not do anything wrong for all of these things to transpire. What took place was the 1945 discovery of the Nagamon Library. And not only that, but it was the use and misuse of the Nagamon Library, which was some leftover Gnostic theologian writing that didn't get destroyed by St. Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, and the other bishops in the Catholic Church. And so it was supposed to have been destroyed, but it didn't get destroyed. Because as you know, St. Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, in his 39th festival letter, Easter letter, banned all non-Christian writing. And they enforced it. It just wasn't written down. It was enforced by St. Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, as well as the other bishops in the Catholic Church. They went around and collected all that Gnostic theologian writing from them Gnostic theologians, they took it and destroyed it. They destroyed it. And so the Nag Hammadi Library, some leftover Gnostic theologian right there didn't get destroyed by St. Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, and the other bishops in the Catholic Church. A person or persons took some of them copies of that Gnostic theologian writing, wrapped it in some paper paper, and put it in a jar and buried it in Nag Hammadi, Egypt. And as you know, the little farm boy was outside playing like he'd been doing. He found a jar with that Gnostic theologian writing inside, wrapped in some paper. He gave what he found to his father, who was a farmer, and the farmer eventually gave the Gnostic theologian writing to the scholars in academia at the colleges and universities around the world, the sororities and the fraternities. They used and misused the Nag Hammadi Library to victimize innocent men, women, and children. They go around being self-destructive and destructive. They hurt the cats and the dogs, the puppies and the kittens. That's the reason why you see so many animals at the Humane Society. That's the reason why. And some of the animals don't make it to the Humane Society. That's the reason why we had to have, the APSCA, the Humane Society. They're trying to help the kittens and the puppies and the dogs and the cats from suffering from these so-called Gnostics. And also, they try to destroy wildlife, nature, and the environment. We having all this El Nino and La Nina. All this about climate control, pollution, air pollution, water pollution, ground pollution, noise pollution. That's the reason why. They're even going out in space. Trying to destroy the North Pole and the South Pole with all this so-called Gnostic. See, when you go all the way back to Socrates and before, talking about God and gods. See, this subject is very, very old subject. You start talking about your elders. Behavior science and theology. Like I said, behavioral science and as well as theology. Now, we still on the subject. When we talk about behavioral science, we talking about like psychology, psychobiology, anthropology, economics, and cognitive sciences, for example. So, like I said, and so dealing with a little behavior science, we're just gonna talk about one of the fields in behavior science, anthropology, which is the scientific study of humanity, concerned with human behavior, human biology, culture, societies, and linguistics. In both the present and past, including past human species. Social anthropology studies patterns of behavior, while cultural anthropology studies cultural meaning, including norms and values. So, and so we know that study humanity. So when we talk about humanity and being violent, talking about gods, God said this and that, and so it didn't say this and didn't say that. And so it's very important when we talk about this Nagamine library, talking about gods. And when we talk about in the past, how far you go back. Well, see, it's not a new subject. It's an old subject. Start talking about the elders and all these different groups of people out and who their elders were and all this and what they said and what they didn't say and this and that. And so, it's a very serious, very, very serious topic for discussion. But get straight to the point. The Gnostics be lying because they took the information that other people had been talking about and distorted it and went around being violent. Talking about this demiurge. Well, that's not a new subject. That's an old subject. Like I say, you go back to Socrates, who was Plato's teacher. You know, it's not a new subject. Plato, in his book Timaeus, was talking about the demiurge. And what he was talking about was that this demiurge was a good God who desired a world of good. The Gnostics distorted the information pertaining to this demiurge. They lied. And to promote the lie, they just use violence. They just go around being violent. They even try to do it today. They just try to use violence. You ain't gonna never prove anything being right. You just lying. So, like I said, you know, in the city of Chicago, state of Illinois, conservative vice lord, they lying about this. The Gnostics are lying about this demiurge. This is not a new subject. This is an old subject. It's an old subject. And the people that be going around lying, these Gnostics, they just be lying. They try to use violence to spread the lie. They just go violent. They just be violent. Because people who are informed, they already know that it's a lie. People who are informed already know that it's a lie that you tell them. There's no such thing as a Gnostic. Talking about knowledge. Talking about some kind of spark. You lying. Gnosis. You lying. That's what all that rejected knowledge is. It's a big lie. They just go around lying. They keep making up the same lie. Using violence. You should have put Islam in that category, same goddamn category. Just the same damn lie. See, the people who have been making up all these religions and all this making up some kind of religion, and they try to hide. See, that's what they did. They tried to hide. So you couldn't identify them as being the same stupid fools going around using violence and being violent. See, that was St. Epiphanius of Salome, the Bishop of Cyprus, compiled all this information, showing you that these people were going around using violence. That was the Catholic Church is continuing to expose these people for lying and using violence and being violent. Look at the war in Ukraine. How you think it got started? They tell you about all these so-called oligarchs, these criminals, the organized crime, going around talking about you pro-Europe, but anti-Russia. What you doing going around trying to be against other people? The same people, Slavics and Uralics, the same people. What you mean you pro-Europe and anti-Russia? See, that was the sorority and fraternity going around trying to find any and everybody. But this so-called Nagamite library to use violence and be violent. They were the supreme gangsters. See, there's some people walking around. See, we know the sorority and fraternity. looking for some fool that they can use. The supreme gangster. They nagging my library. Going around talking about you're a Nazi. You ignorant. That's what you are. You ignorant. Conservative vice lord. The supreme gang, they ignorant. It's ignorant. So you ain't gonna never get away with using no nagging my library. So when you standing around, walking around in the city of Chicago, conservative vice lord, and the other vice lord is where it's outside the city of Chicago, the state of Illinois. We all know you ignorant. Ain't no excuse. And don't condone your ignorance. You're going to be held accountable and responsible. You're not going to disrespect the conservative vice lord and the vice lord. You're not going to get away with it. As well as all the others. The Black Princeton, the Black Disciples, the Mickey Cobras, all the souls, Black soul, Latin soul, Aztec soul, the boss pimps walking around. You ain't gonna get away with it. And that goes for that doggone black gangster new breed. Same thing. The same doggone thing. Talking about some nagging my life. You ain't gonna never get away. I'm telling you. And I don't like telling you. I want to show you. See, this is what I've been getting to. I don't like walking around mad. I really don't. It ain't gonna always be the way it is, like you see it is today. It ain't gonna always be that way. It's not gonna always be that way. Conservative Vice Lord Incorporated is being revitalized. Bootstrap being revitalized. I want to make it perfectly clear. Perfectly clear. Trying to use the nag of my library. You ain't going to get away with that. You try anything else, you ain't going to get away with it. Theology, religious studies. Now, there's a distinction. We have theology and then you have religious studies. But as when you don't, it is a department though. You have the theology and religious studies department. But when you say theology, that's a field of study. And then you have religious studies. And so theology is the systemic study of the nature of the divine, or more broadly of religious belief. When you say religious studies, also known as study of religion, is an academic field devoted to research into religious beliefs, behaviors, and institutions. Now, while theology attempts to understand the transcendent or supernatural according to traditional religious accounts, religious studies takes a more scientific and objective approach, independent of any particular religious viewpoint. Now, religious studies draws upon multiple academic disciplines and methodologies, including anthropology, sociology, psychology, philosophy, and so on, and history of religion. So, we don't want to get into a situation where we're not informed about this whole topic. And so, conservative vice lord, having information being dispensed we see that it's been far too long for all this supreme gangster stuff and then all this black gangster new breed junk to be going on in Chicago as well as outside the state of Illinois. Now, it ain't no excuse for any of that nonsense. And so it's not going to be this point of view like it's acceptable, because it's not. You don't have any reason to be around the city of Chicago talking about no supreme gangster and talking about no black gangster new breed or anything else. And that includes all this nonsense talking about some independent gang. Now, It may seem like it may seem like all this blood crip nonsense. It may seem like it may seem that way to them. It may seem that way in the city of Chicago as well as outside the state of Illinois. It may seem like it's okay. It may seem that way to you. But I'm going to be the one, I'm going to say this. It's not okay. It's not. I'm not okay with it, and I know damn well the conservative vice lord and the vice lord, they not okay with no damn supreme gangster and no black gangster new breed. Or no independent gang, no blood gang, no cricket, because it ain't no such thing, no blood gang, because you ain't finna have all these black Princeton walking around and no black disciple, and you ain't gonna have the conservative vice lord and the vice lord walking around. Talking about no blood gang. And then going around talking about no cracking and popping. No. It ain't okay. Now, as I said, and I'm going to say it again, outside this door, I know them police cars riding around. And one thing I don't like, I ain't finna never let no person walking around with no police uniform on, especially no damn hoe, think you smart. No. No. See, everything we talking about, it applies to the people with the police uniform on. The local police, sheriff department, highway patrol. No. Hell no. You ain't finna think you smart talking about no damn nagging my library. No. And then like I'm dumb and I'm stupid. No, hell no. Shouldn't have took this damn long. But no, no, absolutely not. You finna never make it sound like you smart and I'm dumb. No. Then when I when the conservative vice lord being Chicago, I see somebody walking, they got a job working for the police department. They got a job working for the sheriff department. They got a job working for the highway patrol. How much education you need? A GED and a high school diploma. And pass a drug screen. That's all you need. Pass a drug screen and have a GED or a high school diploma. And of course, you got to have a clean background. Of course, you can't be a convicted felon. Of course. So that's all you got. That's all the requirement you need to be a police officer, to be a sheriff deputy, to be the highway patrol. You ain't got to be no goddamn straight A student. It's just being straight, just being serious. No conservative vice lord in Chicago. Hey, you ain't got to be a straight A student in school to be a police officer. To be no damn sheriff deputy and to be on the highway patrol. You ain't have to be no straight A student. You can have a GED. You could have dropped out in junior high school. You could have dropped out and don't have a felony and pass a drug screen. See, this is what you know what I'm saying? Conservative vice lord and the vice lord, hey, You ain't had to be no straight A student. Don't make it sound like somebody riding around in a police car like they intelligent. And then you hear all this stuff on the local news talking about what the police done. And then some of the stuff that don't get reported that the police done. That the sheriff deputy done. That the highway patrol done. Man, I was just sitting here, and it was being reported about the police officers or just people in law enforcement and domestic violence all around the United States of America. Domestic violence in law enforcement, and should they keep their gun? But that's the point. See what I'm saying? This is what I show the conservative vice lord. This is what we bring up. Conservative vice lord, vice lord. See, it was about a month ago. They were talking about domestic violence in law enforcement. Being convicted of domestic violence, and should they still keep their gun? But still got a job working in law enforcement. The only thing they want, should they still keep their gun? Convicted for domestic violence and still got a job in law enforcement. Should they keep their gun? See that, So like I said, hey, you ain't got to be a straight A student to have a job with the highway patrol or with the sheriff department or with the police department. You ain't had to be a straight A student. You could have dropped out in elementary school and then went back and got your GED. And then gonna be telling me something about some nagging my library. Talking about some Gnosticism. See? This was St. Epiphanius of Salome, the Bishop of Cyprus, was telling you about all these made-up religions. This the reason why St. Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, in his 39th festival letter, Easter letter, banned all that non-Christian right. See, this the reason why it was banned. They still were walking around coming to the church service. The so-called Gnostics. They were all this martyrdom that the Gnostics and the so-called polytheists was doing. Murdering men, women, and children for being a Catholic. Justin Martyr and all the heads of the church fathers being martyred, including the brother of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, the Son of God, was martyred. All the disciples had been martyred. Men, women, and children martyred for being a Catholic by the Gnostics and the polytheists, later who were called pagans. And as you know, in the 3rd century, Constantine, the emperor of Rome, became a Catholic. And put an end to all this martyrdom. See, this was St. Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, had to take it further. In his 39th festival letter, Easter letter, the Nazi was still walking around all this writing that they were doing. St. Athanasius banned all non-Christian writing. Banned it from the church. Then went around and collected all that Gnostic theologian writing and tried to destroy it all. Excuse me. See, in the city of Chicago, the history of the city of Chicago. Many say the Vice Lord have origins that date all the way back to the 1940s. However, this does not mean any part of the nation was founded back in the 40s. It just means that members of older gangs ended up flipping the Vice Lord in later years. And that many of the goals of the older gangs intertwined with the development of the almighty Vice Lord nation. The oldest significant black street gangs in Chicago were the Dirty Sheets and the Wailing Sheepers. They date back to deep into the early 20th century, before the year 1927, on the south side of Chicago. These two groups often acted as syndicates and fought against other black gangs or even white gangs. In the early 1940s, Sheiks and Sheepers had migrated to the Maxwell Street Market area of the near West Side neighborhood to assist newly arrived black Southerners facing terrible discrimination as they settled along Halsted Street. Beginning in the very early 1940s, a new surge of black migration came to Chicago as the war industry opened up several jobs for Americans. In the southern United States, jobs were a lot scarcer for black families, and many were still living in extreme poverty without many essentials like plumbing, adequate housing, or even clean water to drink at times. Everywhere in the United States there was racism and hatred toward blacks, but in the South it was much more obvious as there were actual laws that explicitly commanded that blacks should remain segregated. Employers could legally discriminate against hiring blacks, and many Jim Crow laws even forbid blacks from owning their own property. This forced many blacks to work in jobs that whites didn't want because of the very low pay and harsh working conditions. Blacks also often had to rent from slumlords that legally could neglect property and leave living conditions in shambles. There was not much representation for the black community in these years, but there was plenty of representation for the white Southerners in favor of these harsh treatments, including the Ku Klux Klan that often roamed through shanty towns that blacks lived in and enforced these Jim Crow laws harshly. Blacks had been migrating from the South to Chicago since the 1860s, but there was not much of a call for blacks to take the risk and travel up to Chicago until the Chicago Defender newspaper began sending issues of their paper down south, informing black families about the success that some black families experienced after moving. The paper began circulation in 1916 and sparked the third wave of black migration, which also became the first big wave as families got settled and some reported a better life in the 1920s. It brought more families until a lull happened in the 1930s during the Great Depression. In the early 40s, it was once again being reported that Chicago was the promised land, and in many ways, Chicago was a much better alternative to living in the Jim Crow South. But Chicago would also be in new horrors to black families that was not mentioned in the Chicago Defender. Families would now trade one form of a nightmare for another. Excuse me. As the big rush to the north began in the 1940s, southern black families arriving soon found out the promised land was not all it was cracked up to be, as an immediate housing shortage often stopped families dead in their tracks. Most black families were crowded into the south side of the city, into areas like Bronzeville, Oakland, Washington Park, and some other various south side neighborhoods. Most south side neighborhoods didn't allow blacks and used restrictive racial covenants to prevent blacks from moving in, confining most black families to move within a few assigned neighborhoods. On the south side, the west side of Chicago was still very white, and these neighborhoods did not have much of a black population. To make a long story short, redlining practices on the west side of Chicago successfully brought down the value of the entire neighborhood and housing with a swift motion, causing white people to move out very fast, and predatory real estate agents moved in black families while sticking them with higher mortgages. I don't know the whole story, but eventually members of the Dirty Sheiks and the Wealthy Shebas created the Imperial Chaplains and 14th Street Clovers along Halsted Street by the late 1940s or early 1950s. In 1951, the Clovers and Chaplains migrated to North Lawndale, but were not big-time gang-banging groups until 1954, when the North Lawndale and near West Side neighborhoods began to set off with several fist-fighting gangs, as territory was now being set. Both these gangs would take over these neighborhoods as the big outfits in the community, as the Sheiks and Shebas ended. The Nagamani Library, 1945 discovery of the Nagamani Library. Some leftover Nazi theologian writing that should have been destroyed but didn't get destroyed by St. Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, and the other bishops in the Catholic Church. Excuse me. North Lawndale was a neighborhood that became conquered by predatory slumlords in 1955 after they purchased the vast majority of rental property. Morian Foreman, Al Berlin, Joseph Burke, Lou Wolf, and Gilbert Bailey became the most notorious of slumlords, renting below substandard property to impoverished southern black families without maintaining the buildings. Impoverished families had no choice but to live in these conditions because they couldn't afford anywhere else to go. And other mostly white neighborhoods were hostile toward black families even after the covenants were lifted. Excuse me. Starting off the year 1957, the gangs of North Lawndale and the near West Side reached a new level of violence as gangs now began beating each other with weapons, stabbing each other with knives, or even shooting each other with guns. The gangs have now reached a new level of ferocity. By the year 1957, the Clovers were the dominating gang in North Lawndale, with the Egyptian Cobras quickly growing just behind them. The Clovers were said to be one of the toughest gangs out there, and at the time, excuse me, and at the time they also ruled the Maxwell Street Market streets on Halstead. The Clover toughness and dominance caught the attention of the Chicago police in March of 1957, when the police, when the police began their massive crackdown on black Chicago street gangs on the West Side. When the police began their massive crackdown on black Chicago street gangs on the West Side, mainly Clovers and Egyptian Cobras, Fillmore District Captain Thomas J. O'Donnell ordered a sweep of black gangs in the Lawndale area, and it ended up being a haphazard and violent process where young black youths were beaten badly and incarcerated. Many cops would burn kids with cigarettes and whip them with belts or punch them in the face. This all led to the James Wholesale affair in May of 1957, where James Wholesale, a Clover, was charged with very minor misdemeanors, yet he was beaten savagely with belts for 6 hours. This sparked an investigation from the American Civil Liberties Union, Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Executive Board of the Chicago Youth Center, a citywide gang outreach organization. Despite the investigation, the police sweeps continued into 1958, and several black youths were arrested, and many were sent to juvenile facilities. Excuse me. During the sweeps of 1957 to 1958, a 15-year-old youth by the name of Evan Pepperlo Perry and his group, the Phantom Burglars, were arrested for burglary and brought to the Illinois Youth Center, St. Charles Reformatory in St. Charles, Illinois. In 1957, when Pepperlo was 14 years old, he left home and began living on his own, involved in a life of crime, mainly burglary. Pepperlo wanted to become a member of one of the larger outfits at the time, the Imperial Chaplains. But when he visited their lair to speak to Big John, the leader of the chaplains, Big John said, "We don't want no punk motherfucker in the organization." It is a mystery why Big John wouldn't let him in, since Pep was 6'1" and 190 pounds, fast on his feet and with his hands. One thing for sure, Big John made a big mistake not letting Pep in, but of course, if it wasn't for this chain of events, sure, we wouldn't have the vice lords today. And the source, A Nation of Lords, the autobiography of the Vice Lord, 2nd edition. Pep was assigned to stay at the Harding Cottage at the Reformatory, and he found out his friend from the neighborhood, Leonard Calloway, was staying in the Reformatory as well. Pep had already gained a reputation as a hell of a boxer and exhibited leadership qualities. He also was known for getting new guys in line coming into the facility. Pip somehow arranged for Cal to be transferred to his cottage. And the boys came together in Harlem. Calloway was a member of the Imperial Chapel and was Pip's sponsor to gain membership into the chapel, but of course, they didn't go as planned back in 1957. Now, in 1958, the two were in Harding Cottage together and decided to click up. They also clicked up with Ernest Wren, who was also in Imperial Chapel. The boys got together with Toho, Ralph Buns, Maurice Miller, and one other that I don't know of. As far as I know, only Cal and Wren were in gangs already. Pip assembled this group of 7 into their own organization, geared that organized their work details and pulling strings to get jobs they favored. The jobs they worked were very important in the institution, and this caused these 7 boys to end up running the whole Illinois Youth Center. And since they worked jobs that were assigned by the institution, the staff didn't pay any mind or understand the vice lord and let them carry on. The vice lord controlled the institute by taking on the number 1 and 2 roles in the butcher area, the kitchen, and the linens area, essentially making them control the food and clothes in those sections and deciding who does certain work duties in their section and who is to be cast out. The source, A Nation of Lords, the autobiography of the vice lord. This is the 2nd edition. The 7 boys didn't have a name in the very beginning, but Pip decided he wanted to have a name, especially since the boys were already running the important jobs there. Besides, the relations between Cal and Pip, the boys were all strangers to each other until Pip came into the reformatory. But now, they would become a group. The boys had meetings twice a week, and in one of those meetings they decided on a name. From the glorious stories of gang banging from Cal and Wren, Pip wanted this club to be a gang once they all returned to the streets. Maurice Miller thought this was just going to be a social club and came up with the idea of conservative lads. But Pip wanted a different last name, but decided to keep the conservative part of the name. The vice lord name was created by Pip after he looked up in the dictionary that vice meant to have a tight grip on something and not let go. Then, of course, they would be lords. The idea from Wren and Cal was to be called Imperial Vice Lord, to pay tribute to the gang that each of them belonged to, and that Pip had previously worked hard to join up with, but now Pip had a vendetta against Big John and the Chaplains and wanted nothing to do with them. So conservative vice lord was the chosen name. Within a short time, they realized that the conservative part of the name didn't make sense for them. And they also knew many guys on the streets wouldn't know what conservative even meant, let alone pronounce the word. So they just went with Vice Lord. Source, A Nation of Lords, the autobiography of Vice Lord, 2nd edition. Maurice Miller was the first one to get out of the reformatory. And the deal was he was supposed to be the first one to spread the word about the vice lord to the streets in exchange for having the conservative part of the name. And he was the first one to inform the streets about the vice lord. However, the nation was not really put out there yet until all the boys got out by the autumn of 1958. By the time the boys got out, the Cobras were no longer the biggest and meanest outfit in the more. 9 was the Egyptian Cobra. Now known today as Mickey Cobra. They were the biggest gang. The Clovers and Chaplains were still very large gangs, but the Clovers took a big hit from the police raids of 57 and 58, allowing the Cobras to gather all the steam. The 7 vice lords were entering this world on the streets of North Lawndale, where there were several gangs. They had combined membership into the thousands. Some gangs, like the Clovers, the Cobras, and the Chaplains, had hundreds of members each. The vice lord knew they would have a challenge facing off with all these larger clubs, but was still determined to preserve their existence on the streets. Once Pep was out, he took in some close friends on the street: Son, Trip, Green, and Green's cousin, Sloop. The vice lord now had 11 guys in their group and didn't recruit any more non-gang affiliated members for the rest of the year. In order to attract attention, the guys hosted dances, threw parties, and attracted women to their group. At one party, the vice lord ran into 4 members of the Clovers and a fight started. The vice lord beat the 4 Clovers until they ran away. But then a while later, 50 or 60 members showed and attacked the vice lord, who were outnumbered severely. The vice lord fought well and escaped the party, but couldn't win against this larger gang. This is when they decided it was time to grow much larger. The Clovers also became the vice lord's first enemy on the streets. Source: A Nation of Lords, the autobiography of the vice lord, 2nd edition. Excuse me. I had a congestion, man. Okay. The vice lord really wanted to take out the Clovers and needed additions to their army. But it wouldn't be possible unless they went up against a moderate-sized gang and took them out. Their first target was the Barons, a 24-man gang that picked a fight known back then as a humbug at Farragut High School. Over the next week, the vice lord fought them while outnumbered 2-1 and still beat on them until they got the Barons to submit and flip the vice lord. Now there were about 35 vice lords. Source: A Nation of Lords, the autobiography of the vice lord, 2nd edition. Next, the vice lord took on the Van Dykes, which was a war that lasted 2 days. In the end, the Van Dykes leader found out his own brother became the vice lord vice president, and he wouldn't fight his own brother. That's when the Van Dykes flipped to vice lord by the end of 1958, and now the vice lord will become well known going into 1959. Source: A Nation of Lords, the autobiography of the vice lord, 2nd edition. During the year 1959, the vice lord went to war with several gangs all at once, and they gained them lots of reputation. They began to war with the biggest gang in the neighborhood, the Egyptian Cobras, especially since the Cobras controlled most of the public recreational areas. They had the pools, the theaters, and the best parks, and had the most girls. This drove the vice lord to fight them tooth and nail while simultaneously warring with multiple other gangs. Pepperlo became very well known, and the vice lord dismantled some other smaller gangs, and now their numbers had reached a few hundred. The vice lord was now at war with the Egyptian Cobras, Comanches, Imperial Chaplains, and Continental Pimps. The vice lord were unique from other gangs in the area as they refused to draw up alliances with any other gangs and were rather antisocial with other clubs. The only way they would agree to be friends with another gang is if that other gang adopted the last name of Vice Lord. But that, of course, meant they basically would flip to Vice Lord. An ultimatum that all the gangs didn't like and refused, but most of them ended up dissolving their organization and flipped to Vice Lord eventually. Source: A Nation of Lord, the autobiography of the Vice Lord, 2nd edition. Vice Lord also had aggressive recruiting measures they adopted back in 1959, where they would approach individuals or maybe a small group, whether they were already in a gang or not, and ask them to become Vice Lord. In the beginning, to become a Vice Lord, you needed proper representation, but by 1959, all you needed to do was be able to breathe and move, and youth would be asked to join. And if they said they wanted to, it was made to happen right on the spot with no initiation ritual. If the youth said they didn't want to, they would receive a whipping or brutal beating with more to follow on other days until they submitted and joined. Gangs in the late 1950s on the west side were known to do this, but not nearly as often or as badly as the Vice Lord did it. They were much more persistent and violent in their recruiting measures. For other gangs, as long as you stayed out of their territory, you weren't forced to be recruited. But for the Vice Lord, your only requirement to be aggressively recruited was for you to exist and breathe. The Vice Lord were full of aggression and loved to teach each other to box. They also would pick out random guys on the street and tell each other to attack sometime for no reason. Source: A Nation of Lord, the autobiography of the Vice Lord, 2nd edition. Eventually, Vice Lord was taking over the Illinois Youth Center and declaring anyone that came in an enemy if they weren't Vice Lord. This became especially apparent when Evan Perry went back the center again. While inside, he got word that both chests of the Imperial chaplain had slapped around and beat up his girlfriend in front of his sister. Pep asked him which arm both chests used to slap his girl with. After the youth told him which arm, Pep said he was going on a weeks-long vacation and bringing back the arm that was used to slap his girl around with. After this declaration, Pep set out immediately to get revenge right after getting out of the reformatory. At first, the Vice Lords attempted to raid an Imperial chaplain party, but were beaten back as they were outnumbered. After this, they laid low, traveling about the west side, avoiding the Imperial chaplains, leading the chaplains to believe they had won. One day, the Vice Lord got word that the chaplains were hanging out 200 to 300 deep at the Central Park Theater, located at Roosevelt Road and Central Park Avenue, 3531, 39 West Roosevelt. The Vice Lord marched to the theater, 50 strong, but by the time they arrived, all but 12 of them backed out along the way. Pip, Bate, Stuckey, Toho, Yancey, Wren, Tripp, McLemore, Big George, and 3 others went at it with about 90 members of the Imperial Chapter, while all the rest watched the fight. Despite being heavily outnumbered by 9 to 1, the Vice Lord were beating them back and putting a good hurting on the chapter until they got out of the theater. The chaplains then chased the Vice Lord and caught Wren and jumped him. The rest of the Vice Lord wouldn't leave Wren behind, so they attacked Wren's attackers, then decided to proceed back into the theater and take on the chaplains yet again. During the brawling, both chests emerged. As soon as both chests emerged, Pep and McLemore abducted excuse me. yeah. During the brawling, both chests emerged. As soon as both chests emerged, Pep and McLemore abducted him and pinned him. The two began cutting his arm off as they slashed him all over the rest of his body, even in the face. They all also carved CVL on his back. Once they cut his arm halfway off, the police showed up and broke it all up, and Pep was arrested. Pep was convicted and sent back to the reformatory for another light sentence. In court, Bochez had his arms sewn back on, but when word traveled that the Illinois Youth Center, what Pep had done, every single chaplain flipped to Vice Lord immediately, which nearly flipped their entire gang in 1959. Source: A Nation of Lords, the autobiography of the Vice Lord, 2nd edition. The chaplains will still remain in existence after this, but as a smaller gang that didn't have much significance on the west side streets. Pep single-handedly dismantled most of the chaplains. I also want to mention Pep got his revenge on Big John for disrespecting him back in 1957. I don't know all the details, but he got even. Vice Lord became very popular as the year 1959 progressed. Packs of Vice Lord all over North Lawndale took out one small group after another and destroying small gangs, forcing them to flip. Many youngsters also began admiring the Vice Lord style of wearing a black cap with gold lettering and an earring placed in one ear before it was even close to popular for males to wear earrings. The Vice Lord new symbols were admired as Maurice Calloway came up with the idea for the top hat, cane, and gloves. Calloway made the cane spell out conservative Vice Lord and used a skull wearing the top hat, bow tie, and cigarette holder with smoke coming out of the skull. The capes were a total Vice Lord thing and often used to hide shotguns and other guns. That's why police made Vice Lords take them off. Source: A Nation of Lords, the autobiography of the Vice Lord, 2nd edition. The Vice Lord became a serious force to be reckoned with and began to spread fear in the neighborhood. They dismantled the bandits and the Spanish counts, not a Hispanic gangs, and then exercised a curfew for other gangs on the streets. If any other gang was out after 9 p.m., they were severely beaten. Only Vice Lord could roam the streets at night, nobody else. This display of sheer power gained the Vice Lord more momentum and was making them graduate to becoming the kings of the streets. The Vice Lord went on anywhere they wanted and didn't feel the need to claim certain territory like the other gangs did. One day they were hanging out in one area, then the next it was elsewhere. This made it tough for police to track their house. They also had no respect for other gangs' turf, and if any gang had a problem, the Vice Lord were always overflowing with eagerness to fight over it, something you never saw in other gangs in history, as gangs usually want some downtime between wars, but the Vice Lord was like aggressive dogs. They wouldn't quit. The Vice Lord only had one set location for meeting back in 1959, and that was 2135 South Millard and Ogden Avenue in North Lawndale. Source: A Nation of Lord, the autobiography of the Vice Lord, 2nd edition. In the year 1960, Pip got out of juvenile center again, and now he was 17 years old. He got word that one of his top lieutenant Possum had flipped to a morphine. After failed negotiating to get Possum to flip back to Vice Lord, Pip intensified the ongoing war they had started. After he was locked up and all through the winter in 1960, the Vice Lord kept coming at the morphine until they finally surrendered, and their leadership, including Possum, joined the Vice Lord, thus dissolving the morphines. Source: A Nation of Lord, the autobiography of the Vice Lord, 2nd edition. Next on the agenda was the takedown of the Cherokees that ruled Theodore Herzl School, located at 15 and Ridgeway. The Cherokees also dominated 16th Street back then and were known for being very tough. The Vice Lord fought the Cherokees for a few days and took over Herzl School, but were not satisfied enough. The Vice Lord called for a meeting with Cherokee leaders about surrendering and flipping to Vice Lord. The Cherokees refused. After the refusal by the Cherokee, the Vice Lord violently attacked the Cherokee, hurting their members badly, busting heads until they took 16th Street away from the Cherokee, forcing most of the Cherokee to flip to Vice Lord. Some Cherokee flipped to Egyptian code, while others flipped to Imperial Knights, and that's when the Imperial Knights were next on the agenda. They beat on the Knights for a month until every member of the Knights flipped to Vice Lord. Source: A Nation of Lord, the autobiography of the Vice Lord, 2nd edition. Next up were the Braves. The Vice Lord was sick of the Braves messing with young Vice Lord, and now it was time for payback and domination. The Braves were a big game and even were located in the ABLA projects and Henry Homer projects in the near West Side neighborhood. After a 3-month war, the Vice Lord destroyed the Braves, and this only left another big gang, the Egyptian Cobras. Source: A Nation of Lord, the autobiography of the Vice Lord, 2nd edition. Vice Lord spread outside of the North Lawndale community in the year 1960 as they landed in the near West Side neighborhood and East Garfield Park after defeating the Braves, where they began to exercise domination over those communities. This also the year the Vice Lord dismantled the Clovers and fought their way into the ABLA projects and the Henry Homer projects. Thus, 1960 was the year Vice Lord landed in the ABLA and Henry Homer homes. Excuse. The Cobras were fierce competition and wanted to claim the all of North Lawndale, and from Pulaski Road all the way east to the end of the neighborhood, it was now Vice Lord territory. The Vice Lord wanted the Cobras to completely leave the west side of Chicago entirely, especially since the Vice Lord now had dominance over west of Pulaski and K-Town. After giving an ultimatum in 1960 for the Cobras to leave, and the Cobras turned it down, a big brawling war ensued that caused Pip to stab one of their lieutenants in the neck. The lieutenant then called the police on Pip, and this time Pip was tried as an adult, being 17 years old, and was sentenced to 6 months in Cook County Jail. After Pip went in, the Cobras were beaten back on the Vice Lord, which led to the death of D.D. after Cobras shot him with a high-powered rifle. Excuse me, out of congestion. Yeah. Okay. After Pip went in, the Cobras were beaten back on the Vice Lord, which led to the death of DD after Cobras shot him with a high-powered rifle during a brawl with the Cobra. DD was only 16 years old and was a leader of Pee Wee members. After the death of DD, Pip was enraged and told his fellow lords that when he got out, the Cobra better be softened up. The Vice Lord listened well and shot Stump Daddy's brother, Popeye. Stump Daddy was a Cobra leader. They gave another Cobra, Hershey Foster, a concussion, and they killed another Cobra leader, Leroy Brown, by stabbing him 42 times. The Vice Lord then kept on hitting the Cobra hard until when Pip got out, the Cobra indeed softened up and even backed off. Source: A Nation of Lords, the autobiography of the Vice Lord, 2nd edition. While Pip was locked up, the Imperial chaplain tried to reassemble and began growing again. This angered Pip and the Lords. So they stormed the dance being held at the YMCA. The Vice Lords trashed the building, breaking windows and destroying everything in sight. The YMCA then called the police on the Vice Lord and Pip. In the meantime, the Vice Lord stormed a pool hall in Franklin Benjamin Park, 4320 West 15th Street, and tore apart a pool room and even burned furniture. Then they advanced on a nearby restaurant and caused problems over there. After all this, Pip was arrested and put back in Cook County Jail again. This time the judge gave him a 1-year sentence, hoping it would stop the Vice Lord dead in their tracks. The judge was wrong. Source: A Nation of Lords, the autobiography of the Vice Lord, 2nd edition. While locked up in the juvenile portion of the jail, Pip was wild and fighting several youths inside, getting thrown in isolation. Excuse me. Until the authorities decided he was too much for that section, and he was moved to the adult side to be with grown men. When he first got there, he was confronted by an older guy. Excuse me. They tried to bully him. Pip ended up beating the man up on 3 occasions until he gained a reputation in the adult side. He worked in the kitchen and declared he wasn't going to be a food servant anymore and withdrew all his Vice Lord from their duty too. Within no time, he was controlling all work details in the adult side, which meant the Vice Lord was running it all. The Vice Lord was well taken care of, giving preferences of the best clothes, the best food, and the best sleeping arrangement. This called more gang members coming in to fit the Vice Lord, so they could get the best treatment. This also caused the Vice Lord to be bigger on the streets because these flip members came home as Vice Lords too. Evan Perry had so much power that he was able to successfully escape from jail by slipping out the front using a disguise without anyone knowing about it. He found a Vice Lord that looked just like him and had him dressed like Pip and act like him for 3 months. The guards never noticed, and the man was released when Pip's sentence was over. Not a word ever said. The Vice Lord also had all the intelligence on all the other gangs in the jail and prison. They knew all their movements and what they were all about. Vice Lords also shouted down messages through the toilets and air vents when guards were not standing around. They could shut down the toilet after pressing the button, and their voices would travel through the pipes to the inmate below. Vice Lords also used jail and prison staff to relay messages for them to the outside. They would write numbers on their backs or tell them to remember certain information. Most of the jail and prison staff cooperated because they lived on the west side and didn't want to be terrorized by vice lords at home. Source: A Nation of Law, the autobiography of the vice lord, 2nd edition. In 1961, Pip got out of jail and he found the nation to be in very good shape, and sugarcane made things more organized than ever. Vice lords were making money as they set up several different hustles, like offering protection to storefronts, restaurants, and drug dealers. When they offered protection, these businesses slid some cash into the pocket of vice lords. Many vice lords did armed robberies or had girls steal clothes from department stores so they could sell the clothes on the street. The vice lord leadership were even the one to consult with for potential business owners that wanted to open on the west side. This brought them in competition with Italian organized crime that usually ran the underworld of the city, including the black ghettos. This led to an assassination attempt on Pip at the Miller Street clubhouse. An unknown gunman came knocking at the door on October 2nd, 1961, and shot a vice lord chief named Glenn Miles in the chest, killing him instantly. It was said the bullet was meant for Pip, and vice lord knew the mafia had put a hit out on him for stepping all over their operation. The police arrived and found 6 automatic weapons, shotguns, and 2 .30-30 scope rifles, which got Pip arrested right away. The police said the vice lord killed their own member and investigated other vice lords. This incident caused the vice lord building of their own organized crime racket to falter, as there were fears of another mafia reprisal. Source: A Nation of Laws, the autobiography of the vice lord, 2nd edition. Vice lord began to focus on quicker ways to make money after the failed syndicate activities. They opened up their own auto theft operation. Vice lord had boxes full of keys that were used to boost cars, and they figured out how to steal just about every model in the neighborhood. Stolen cars were used for direct sales of the whole auto, the sale of parts, joyriding, or for gang banging, hits on rivals. Source: A Nation of Laws, the autobiography of the vice lord, 2nd edition. In the early years, the vice lord were already all about war strategy. Leonard Calloway was war counsel and devised strategy to ambush enemies and create attack strategy by using guerrilla warfare type attacks. Cal and the vice lord would draw maps and take notes on the entire territory of all the other gangs. They would even map out buildings, doorways, gangways, and everything so they could plan attacks. They would attack with guns, do a shooting, then jump into getaway car real fast. In one incident in 1961, the vice lord kept beating up Egyptian cobras and imperial chaplains anytime they saw them on the streets wearing their sweaters. Vice lord stripped the sweaters, saving up a few hundred of them until they crashed a party their cobras had and chaplains were throwing. All the vice lords were wearing the sweaters, disguising themselves as cobras and chaplains until suddenly they started beating on actual cobras and chaplains. The vice lords shot out the ceiling lights with shotguns and threw their jukebox down the stairs. Of course, because of all the sweaters, it was hard to tell who was who. But vice lords ordered actual cobras and chaplains to move over in one area, but no one moved, and this is when cobras and chaplains never wore the sweaters again. Vice lords were known for crashing rival gang parties and beating everyone up in sight while kicking out their windows. This was all strategy to terrorize and intimidate other gangs in the area and cause them all to shrink inside. Source: A Nation of Laws, the autobiography of the vice lord, 2nd edition. Because of the attack on the chaplains at the YMCA in the late part of the year 1961, all imperial chaplains flipped to vice lords and became the first separate branch in vice lord history known as imperial vice lord. This will become the first of many branches to come, but now the imperials were a part of the overall vice lord nation. In the early part of the year 1962, CHA officers began reporting recruitment drive at the Cabrini Green public housing project in the near north side community. Shortly after this, a 17-year-old vice lord affiliated Cabrini Green resident, Alfonso House Jr., shot a peanut vendor to death in the complex. The vice lord had arrived in Cabrini Green in 1962, and this gave birth to their 502 Oak Street territory, mainly by the building near Oak and Hudson. Vice lord also settled outside of the project in the near north side tougher area near the Ranch Triangle and near the shabby area near North Avenue. Vice lord also made their way into the Marshall Field apartments in the Old Town section of the near north side. This was a public housing unit located at Hudson and Evergreen. The vice lord further expanded into white communities as they landed in Wicker Park in 1962. This neighborhood had a small black community since 1958 at the intersection of Bell and Levitt that was used to fight white gangs. Vice lord found this area perfect for settlement as they recruited among this black population in 1962, creating the legendary Evergreen and Hain branch. The vice lord became very well known in Wicker Park at their Evergreen and Hain stronghold that was heavily contested by white greaser gangs and the United Neighborhoods gangs, insane unknowns, Latin kings, Spanish lords, and warlords. In the years 1962 and 63, as the vice lords abandoned their syndicate operation after Glenn Miles was killed, older members spent much of their time in bars, drinking a lot, while young members ran the streets, small town hustling and gang banging. During this time, while the vice lord was starting to slip a look and only focus on Egyptian cobra, a vice lord named Eugene Brown broke off and formed his own gang called the Roman Saints. It's the Nagamite Library. The Saints became very popular, but the vice lord was always tougher, calling the Saints to team up with the Cobra, but it didn't do the Saints much good, as the vice lord still had their number. Source: A Nation of Lord, the autobiography of the vice lord, 2nd edition. There ain't no such thing as branching off. That's the Nagamite Library. And what time? 1962 and 1963. That's the Nagamite Library. That's where that came from. Eugene Brown. He broke off the Nagamite Library. In the year 1964, the vice lord began to go through changes. The organization now numbered in the thousands, and it was now impossible for Pip and the top leaders to control the whole organization. This is when Pip stepped down as the active leader at age 21 to spend more time with his family. He would still act as a behind-the-scenes leader, but he was not the main man anymore. It was decided one night in a pool room that 29-year-old Alfonso Alpha would take over the role. Alpha joined the vice lord very late in life, not joining until he moved to Chicago from another state in 1962 at age 27. Now at age 29 will become the new leader. The vice lord looked up to Alpha as he was charismatic, tough, and quick-tempered. Alpha would do activity with the Lord, taking them places and spending money on them. He took them on field trips, and he even helped young Lord get jobs and make a little money. Source: A Nation of Lord, the autobiography of the Vice Lord, second edition. In 1964, Vice Lord began hanging out on the south side of the city with the Blackstone Rangers as the two organizations formed a tight alliance. Rangers founders Jeff Ford and Eugene Harrison were related to Vice Lord leader Leonard Calloway and Bobby Gore. So this is what got them acquainted to begin with. But now Vice Lord were making more of a presence out there and helped the Rangers as much as they could. Source: A Nation of Law, the autobiography of the Vice Lord, second edition. In 1964, as I stated earlier, the Vice Lord was so large it became impossible for even great leaders like Alfonso Alfa or Evan Perry to directly lead all these young lords all over the West Side. For the first year from 1958, 1964, the Vice Lord didn't really claim certain territory. They simply moved about the West Side and terrorized any other gangs away from trying to establish certain territory. It was found in 1964 that the conservative Vice Lord established a set piece of territory at the intersection of 16th Street and Lawndale in the North Lawndale neighborhood. This became their headquarters. This was, of course, only the headquarters of the conservative Vice Lord, but not the whole Vice Lord nation. Is now the Vice Lord nation was divided into different factions starting in 1964. Ugly Frank started the Traveler Vice Lord branch. Billy Washington started the Congress Vice Lord. Cupid, Dino, Shane, and Bullock created the Warlords. Another group was the Renegade Vice Lord and City Vice Lord of 16th Street. There were the Kedzie, Albany, Terrible Vice Lord, the Cermak Vice Lord, Conservative Village Vice Lord on Pulaski Road, Seven Crown Syndicate Vice Lord located in K-Town, Cicero Vice Lord of Cicero Avenue, but not until 1968. Independence Vice Lord, Lake Street Vice Lord, Madison Vice Lord, Chocolate Corner Vice Lord, Ambrose Vice Lord, Black Orpheus Vice Lord, Invisible Vice Lord, Maypool Vice Lord, Jackson Vice Lord. Rest R.I.P. Douglas Ridgeway Vice Lord, 12th Street Vice Lord, 15th Street Vice Lord, 16th Street Vice Lord, Village Vice Lord, the Player Vice Lord, and of course, the Conservative Vice Lord, bringing the total to 26 different factions of Vice Lord created in 1964. All these groups operated individually, and many of them didn't even know who Alfonso Alfa even was. There were now Vice Lord groups located in the near West Side community and living in the ABLA project, Rockwell Garden project, and the Henry Homer homes. Excuse me. The other big event of 1964 happened in July of that year when Evan Perry, Bobby Gore, Alfonso Alford, Leonard Calloway, and J.W. were hanging out on 16th Street, drinking bottles of wine and throwing the bottles into vacant lots and streets. Younger Vice Lord were coming around that night talking about smashing rival gangs. They were already beaten to a pulp. Some of those gangs were already asking for mercy to not take any more punishment. There was nothing else to do in the neighborhood but be big and bad. This is until the older guys came up with an idea based upon excuse me. Man, that congestion. Alright. This is until the older guys came up with an idea based upon how they were seeing the destruction and damage they had caused in the community. The guys decided on an idea after some debate to go about opening legitimate businesses and working to better the community. This was a major breakthrough for the vice lord, and on that night, they became conservative vice lords once again. Source: A Nation of Lord, the autobiography of the vice lord, 2nd edition. Read it again. This is until the older guys came up with an idea based upon how they were seeing the destruction and damage they had caused in the community. The guys decided on the idea after some debate to go about opening legitimate businesses and working to better the community. This was a major breakthrough for the vice lord, and on that night, they became conservative vice lords once again. Source: A Nation of Lord, the autobiography of vice lord, 2nd edition. The first order of business was for the vice lord to put a stop to the mayhem around them. Vice lord worked as mediators to stop violence and put an end to gang wars. Vice lord even stopped fighting with Egyptian cobras, which allowed vice lord to move into the K-Town section of the North Lawndale neighborhood, west of Pulaski Road, and this allowed them mobility to move into the West Garfield Park community. Vice lords acted as kind of like police or guardian angels, watching over businesses and people in the neighborhood so harm would not come. The challenge of all this was the police still had a negative outlook on the vice lord, and young men still felt the despair of not having opportunity to succeed that still led them to crime. The vice lord knew the best thing they needed on the west side was his own economy with businesses that could invest in the community and bring employment for youth. Read it again. The first order of business was for the vice lord to put a stop to the mayhem around them. Vice lord worked as mediators to stop violence and put an end to gang wars. Vice lord even stopped fighting with Egyptian cobras, which allowed vice lord to move into the K-Town section of the North Lawndale neighborhood, west of Pulaski Road, and this allowed them mobility to move into the West Garfield Park community. Excuse me. Vice lord acted as kind of like police or guardian angels, watching over businesses and people in the neighborhood so harm would not come. The challenge of all this was the police still had a negative outlook on the vice lord, and young men still felt the despair of not having opportunity to succeed that still led them to crime. The vice lord knew the best thing they needed on the west side was its own economy, with businesses that could invest in the community and bring employment for youth. This part of the city was barren and was a complete slum due to extreme economic poverty. Without revenue generating businesses, not enough city tax dollars could go into renovations and maintenance to the neighborhood, leaving the area deteriorated. In the year 1965, George T. Sims Jr. was appointed commander of the Fillmore District and the first black commander of that district as well. The older vice lords used this appointment to their advantage to further their new direction. The vice lord leaders wanted to speak with Sims, informing him about their new direction and for suggestions to steer youth away from crime and gangbanging. After this, the streets of North Londale slowly began to improve. In the year 1966, the vice lord knew cause were bringing in more positive attention as they began to work very close with Egyptian Cobras, Black Peastone, and Black Disciples on bettering their communities and putting an end to violence. In the summer of that year, Martin Luther King came to Chicago and stayed in North Londale to help protest during the West Side riots of 1966. Martin Luther King planned a march through the mostly white areas of the south side of Chicago in protest. The vice lords, disciples, and stones were ready to march alongside Dr. King, but after a remark was overheard from one of King's men that they didn't need gangbangers to help, Elvin Perry gave one quick signal with his hand, and all the gang dispersed and withdrew aid. Later that night, Dr. King summoned Elvin Perry, Bobby Gore, and a few other leaders to where he was staying and told them he didn't back their statement about not needing the gangs for support. Instead, he expressed that he needed them, and after that, the vice lord and their allies marched alongside Dr. King. After this march, the vice lord started to get major attention that summer as groups were coming to North Londale to speak to the vice lord and admire their progress. The deacons of defense, Ram, Act, examples came to meet the vice lord, and this is what got the ball rolling. Everyone could come meet the vice lord at the new clubhouse that opened a little earlier that year at 3655 West 16th Street, 16th and Miller. The older vice lords scrapped all the money they got from hustling over the years and pulled it all together to open this pool room. This became the first legitimate conservative vice lord building in history, and it was made possible by vice lord members' hard-earned money and not government grants, but the grants were soon to come. Source: A Nation of Lords, the autobiography of the vice lord, second edition. Read that again. Read it again. In the year 1966, the Vice Lord New Cause was bringing in more positive attention as they began to work very closely with Egyptian Cobras, Black Peace Stone, and Black Disciples on bettering their community and putting an end to violence. In the summer of that year, Martin Luther King came to Chicago and stayed in North Lawndale to help protest during the West Side Riots of 1966. Martin Luther King planned a march through the mostly white areas of the south side of Chicago in protest. The Vice Lords, Disciples, and Stone were ready to march alongside Dr. King, but after a remark was overheard from one of King's men that they didn't need gangbangers to help, Evan Perry gave one quick signal with his hand, and all the groups dispersed and withdrew aid. Later that night, Dr. King summoned Evan Perry, Bobby Gore, and a few other leaders to where he was staying and told them he didn't back their statement about not needing the gangs for support. Instead, he expressed that he needed them. And after that, the Vice Lord and their allies marched alongside Dr. King. After this march, the Vice Lord started to get major attention that summer as groups were coming to North Lawndale to speak to the Vice Lord and admire their progress. The Deacons of Defense, RAM, ACT, and examples came to meet the Vice Lord, and this is what got the ball rolling. Everyone could come meet the Vice Lord at the new clubhouse that opened a little earlier that year at 3655 West 16th Street, 16th and Miller. The older Vice Lords scrapped all the money they got from hustling over the years and pulled it all together to open this pool room. This became the first legitimate conservative Vice Lord building in history. And it was made possible by Vice Lord members' hard-earned money and not government grants. But the grants were soon to come. Source and Nation of the Lord, the autobiography of the Vice Lord, 2nd edition. Excuse me. Leading up the new year 1967, Chicago area was socked with horrible snowstorm and blinding blizzard that left much of the city buried. The blizzard was so bad that cars couldn't even move about in the city, which provided a perfect lawless environment for young Vice Lords. In the mid-60s, older Vice Lords struggled to contain the younger Lords, and this blizzard made it much worse as now the young Lords had a blast ripping off one store after another, stealing, looting, and burglarizing the Jewish-owned businesses. Some of the older Vice Lords even got in on the action. The problem with this was it drew negative attention to the Vice Lord and drove out more business owners out of the neighborhood even after the winter was over. This brought negative attention, but this negative attention turned into a positive now. Commander Sim was concerned that the summer of 1967 would become a repeat of the summer of 66. Commander Sims, he arranged a meeting with Vice Lord leaders to discuss how to prevent chaos. At the meeting will also be David Dowley from Newbury, Massachusetts, of the Trans-Century Corporation, who was sent to 11 cities across the nation to investigate working with impoverished areas and conducting research. Dowley's research was key to the government's decision or other organizations linked to the government granting money to the Vice Lord. David Dowley moved to North Lawndale and lived on these streets among vice lords. Dolly interviewed vice lords all over the neighborhood and helped the conservative vice lord form Operation Bootstrap, which was a coalition of conservative vice lords, Egyptian Cohen, and Roman saints. They were geared toward working with West Side major corporations to prevent riots this summer. They would cost these companies millions of dollars. These companies bootstrap work with Sears Roebuck, Ryerson Steel, Illinois Bell, Western Electric, and others. During that summer, vice lords, Cobras, and Saints policed the neighborhood and broke up gang meetings and even stopped the Black Panthers from creating a plan to destroy businesses and begin looting. There were challenges that summer, and scandals rocked the city and the nation that could have easily triggered more rioting, but the CBL led Operation Bootstrap stopped the violence because they had a bigger plan in mind. Source: A Nation of Lords, the autobiography of the Vice Lord, 2nd edition. The conservative vice lord began to come to a full realization that burning down neighborhoods and fighting the white man was not the way to go anymore. From the years of 1958 to 1964, they violently revolted against society, but now the mindset had changed. Vice lords realized that fighting the government and white people only brought negative images to not only their organization, but to the black man. It became time to show power in a different way by showing restraint and asking for help from the city and government. Vice lords wanted to see black-owned businesses, jobs for blacks, clean and safe streets, and they knew that violence was not the answer to achieve these goals. This is mostly long-lost history that is buried and underpublished. A Nation of Lords is an excellent autobiography that tells the whole story about the full vice lord intention, but sadly most of the general public never picked up a copy of this book, so I will continue sharing highlights from the book blended with my personal knowledge so you as the reader can really understand what the vice lord nation was really trying to accomplish here. I strongly recommend A Nation of Lords, but I will cover some major highlights as I already have done so far. Excuse me. The vice lord struggle has often been in the same class as the Black Panther or even the Black Peace Zone, but this is different because the vice lord had the goal of fully working with the white man and the government, police, etc., to get a helping hand to rebuild the North Lawndale community and create a sustainable economy. They were hoping this model would then spread to the rest of the black ghettos citywide, then eventually help all poor people of all colors. The ultimate failure rests upon the city and the mayor at the time. They didn't adhere enough to vice lord plead for assistance with change. Before the summer of 1967, Alderman George Collins promised that if the vice lord would keep riots off the streets that summer, he would help CBL open an ice cream parlor. As the summer progressed, not only did vice lord prevent rioting, they even set up divisions within themselves that dealt with education, law, order, and justice. On September 11, 1967, Alderman Collins lived up to his promise and incorporated CBL Incorporated as a non-profit organization and began opening up a storefront at 16th and Lawndale, which brought the opening of Teen Town later. David Dawley had just submitted his report in November to the Trans-Century Corporation, which was a major piece to convince the federal government to give money to Conservative Vice Law Incorporated, CVL Incorporated. They was then trying to get the Rockefeller Foundation to fund the 15,000 teen town needed to open, which should have been simple due to the fact it didn't need major committee approval. After several negotiations with the YMCA and Bootstrap, the money was at last granted in February of 1968, and Teen Town opened on April 4, 1968. YMCA acted as an auditor for all monies CVL would receive to make sure the gang used the money in the places they promised to use it, but CVL leaders needed to make it clear that the YMCA was not to get the money directly and then give it to CVL. Also, CVL wanted to assure that Bootstrap was a separate organization, not to get the funds either. Sadly, on the same day Teen Town opened and the big announcement was to go out, the assassination of Martin Luther King quickly stole the headlines and diverted attention away from this colossal moment. To make matters worse, riots went on and uncontrollably on the west side as everything burned. Vice Lord decided not to partake in the riot as an organization, but they did nothing to stop it like they did in the summer of '67. The store owners never showed any gratitude for the previous summer, so Vice Lord just stayed out and let it all burn while they protect Teen Town and the pool hall. Rioters only targeted white-owned business anyway, and after riots, white business owners stopped doing business in the area. The Vice Lord opened a relief station right after the riots at 3720 West 16th Street to pass out food and supplies to hundreds of families affected by the riots. Source: A Nation of Lord, the autobiography of Vice Lord, 2nd edition. In the aftermath of the rioting, CVLs sent letters to the mayor's office pleading for assistance with the transformation of the neighborhood and bringing more grants to help establish a fully functioning community. These letters were ignored by the mayor. Even though Mayor Daley, was not on board, CVL still came across more grant money in the years of 1968 and 1969. Of course, the best form of help would have needed to come from the city itself, but for now, grants from several private and smaller federal programs would have to do. Grants came in from the Field Foundation for $25,000, $130,000 from the Ford Foundation, $36,000 from the Department of Labor, and $60,000 from West Clement Stone. Source: CrimeSceneBlogspot.com. The money was used to open multiple legitimate companies and community centers. The businesses were Teen Town at 3700 West 16th Street, the African Line at 3702 West 16th Street, the House of Lords at 3724 West 16th Street, and one at 3414 West 15th Street. Art and Soul at 3742 West 16th Street. Tasty Freeze at 18th and Pulaski, and California and Fernie. Simone, which was a business venture with Sammy Davis Jr. for African American women's beauty products. Westside Community Development Center, Management Training Institute, Street Academy, Tenants Rights Action Group, Art and Soul Youth Organization United. Vice Lord took part in programs to beautify the neighborhood, rehabbing buildings, removing trash, and planting gardens. Vice lords also became educated on tenants' rights, working on a non-for-profit basis, as they successfully fought legal battles against crooked landlords, forcing landlords to provide better tenancy and to push back on unfair evictions. Vice lords were also working to bring more employment within the community so people in the neighborhood didn't have to commute too far away. Places such as out in the suburbs, having employment locally could also provide more equal pay. Source: A Nation of Lords, the autobiography of the Vice Lord, 2nd edition. Now, the late 1960s was also the time when Vice Lords started manifesting in multiple suburbs across the Chicagoland area, as far north as Rockford and as far south as Robbins. Vice Lord also settled into the Austin neighborhood on the west side, which was an all-white community that was not happy to see black family move into the area. Many members of the white community of Austin reacted violently to blacks moving in, and older adults even sicked their kids on young black youth, ordered them to attack. Black youths could hardly move about the neighborhood without scores of white youth bullying them, especially the greaser gang like the Gaylords, Playboy Adventures, and Rice Boys. In 1968, Vice Lords arrived among the black families along Cicero Avenue and began recruitment in Austin so black youth could fight back against their attackers. It got to the point in the late 1960s where North Lawndale residents could walk the streets wearing jewelry and other valuables without any fear of being attacked. As Vice Lord now not only refrained from violent behavior against the community, they also acted as the police in the area, making sure residents were safe. Not all vice lords were on board with this, but for the most part, all of the North Lawndale CVLs were all about this positive direction, and most of the criminal elements in the vice lords exist in other neighborhoods or within other branches of the nation. The newspaper lit up with headlines talking about how the vice lord had changed and were now working toward new goals. And once a gang of killers and hooligans now had become a community organization. Despite all the hard work, there was still an overall negative perception on gangs in general. And this was amplified by Mayor Richard J. Daley that preached about his war on gangs in 1969. The vice lord was classified as a gang, and the city would take a blanket approach to all gangs, not just some. This was a damaging attitude for the vice lord, as it also clumped vice lord operation in with the operation of the Black Peace Stone that were under heavy investigation in 1969 for misuse of government funding. It is true that the federal government ended up gathering evidence against the Black Peace Stone. However, much of the funding the Stone received was still going to good use. Just not all of it. No matter how you look at it, the money filled into the Stone helped the community. Excuse me. And helped Southside Black youth at youth centers were open. Businesses that provided jobs, GED program, and job training center helped save many youths on the south side of Chicago, but the illegal endeavors were highlighted above all and became a big part of Mayor Daley's war on gangs. The vice lord was dipping into the same type of funding source as the Stone, and were even opening the same type of business. Excuse me. And being a Black Street gang like the Stone just got them swept under the same category as the Stones. When the investigation began and concluded, CVL Incorporated funding was eventually cut off, and the vice lord was left with nothing, even though not a single vice lord was convicted of an overall conspiracy to use funding for illegal endeavors like the Stone were convicted of. Not only were the vice lord classified with more criminal gang, there was also a lack of patience with bestowing the vice lord the opportunity to keep the West Side Street safe. Federal law enforcement agents spat out crime stats in a higher number during the late 1960s, and vice lord were often given no credit for making a difference, even though the conservative vice lord directly were barely contributing to those crime stats by committing crime. The conservative vice lord had expressed they needed more patience because it would take years for them to help the entire West Side clean up their act, something they couldn't be done in just a year or two. This is why the vice lord expressed their need for more resources in the Black community to help to keep youth distracted with positive activity and to offer better opportunities with recreation and jobs. Many of these letters written to the mayor were unanswered. Mayor Daley himself never visited the vice lord clubhouse despite being invited on multiple occasions. Instead, him and many other government officials wrote off the vice lord as bad company. Other problem with funding was that the city had already allocated funding to the West Side, but every dollar was controlled by city officials. They were not in touch with what the community truly needed to rehab itself. CVL Incorporated had all the knowledge on how to spend funding in the best way to provide the maximum effect on the community, but instead, pleas to the city fell on deaf ears. The funding that was received was often mishandled and mismanaged by other groups, such as Bootstrap, which caused lots of confusion and frustration. Sometimes funding would fall into the hands of less educated vice lords that mismanaged the funds and paid themselves a salary that didn't fit into the CVL agenda. Once again, this was called by money going to where it shouldn't, even if it was within CVL. It would go to the wrong part of CVL against CVL leadership's instruction. A big blow to the vice lord was the conviction of CVL leader Bobby Gore on murder charges. In November of 1969, Bobby Gore was taken away in handcuffs accused of murder. He then went through a very brief trial in early 1970 as he was denied continuances. His case was only continued 3 times in the very early months. His case was only continued 3 times in the very early months of 1970 as it became very clear the justice system was eager to lock him up and not allow the defense to further investigate and prepare a stronger case. The system was completely set against Bobby, and he was convicted of murder, a murder conviction that would later be overturned. In 1981, Source, A Nation of Lord, the autobiography of the Vice Lord, 2nd edition. Vice Lord continued to attempt positive change in the years of 1969 and 1973, as reports of members committing violent crime now began to take back over the newspaper in the early 1970s. CVL Incorporated still kept going and kept its charter in the early 70s. CVL also worked with Black P. Stone and Black Gangster Disciples with the LSD Coalition, or Lord, Stones and Disciples. The LSD Coalition heavily advocated for employment rights for Black Chicagoans until it ended in 1973. Between the year 1964 through 1969, the Vice Lord were mainly only in the newspaper for their positive leadership on the streets and the program they were getting involved in. Read it again. Between the years 1964 through 1969, the Vice Lord were mainly only in the newspaper for their positive leadership on the streets and the program they were getting involved in. Only a few times were they in the negative spotlight during these years. The worst case was that of Edward Taylor, a CVL member convicted of murdering a nun in 1969. The execution of Vice Lord had started a murder for hire business in 1969 in a shooting with the Roman Saints in 1966, along with some other small stories, was just about all that made the papers in a negative light in these years. Once Bobby Gore was convicted of murder and David Doughty moved back east, and the spotlight was back on the Vice Lord. The Vice Lord began to engage in criminal behavior. Original member and co-founder Leonard Calloway was convicted of murder in 1970, taking down another CVL leader. In 1972, CVL leader Kenneth Goat Park was convicted of possessing and using stolen U.S. Treasury checks, which was another conviction that really hurt CVL reputation. During the year 1972, the Vice Lord was still working with the Egyptian Cobra to prevent war. So there was still some positive actions going on from CVL. CVL Incorporated was still active as of 1972. Many of the headlines of Vice Lord committing crime and murder were carried out by other branches, like Unknown Vice Lord, Traveling Vice Lord, and Cicero Vice Lord. But CVL violent crime were much less, as they still struggled to maintain order as the new heroin epidemic was beginning to take over the west side of Chicago in these years. Youth were beginning to partake in the heroin trade as it was putting money in the pockets of desperate West Side youth, and as the influence of CBL Incorporated was slowly fading. In the early 70s, more youth were getting involved in heroin. Conservative vice lords of North Lawndale did not involve themselves in the heroin trade. Read it again. Conservative vice lords of North Lawndale did not involve themselves in the heroin trade. But the other branches of the overall vice lord nation were getting involved, and this was the year where distinguishing between the different factions became very important. In the year of 1973, David Dowley returned to the streets of North Lawndale to present his new book, A Nation of Lords, which was announced in the newspaper and brought a positive spotlight back. The Vice Lord. The public could now read all about the Vice Lord story and develop an understanding. This was also a year that the Vice Lord did not show up much in the paper for crimes committed. Some positive leaders were still on the street, especially Alfonso Alford, who was still president up until March of 1974 when he was shot 3 times near his home. It was at that point that Alford stepped down and left the area, leaving CBL to fall into a mostly criminal organization once again. The legitimate businesses the Vice Lord once owned and operated in North Lawndale closed down once CBL Incorporated was deactivated. The buildings where these places once were thriving with hope now became depressed, dilapidated buildings, just like how they were left before CBL Incorporated bought them in the late 1960s, including the pool room at 3655 West 16th Street that Vice Lord bought with their own hard-earned money in 1966. These buildings were either replaced by businesses that failed a short time later or immediately turned dilapidated and were torn down, leaving much of 16th Street barren. The vacant lots where these buildings exist now became centers of gang activity, garbage dumping, and drug trafficking. Vice Lord fell out of the newspaper in the latter half of the 1970s, with the exception of stories telling all about Vice Lord involved in prison riots, in the stabbing and beating of rival disciples, but no good was published or even any bad on the street. It was as if the Vice Lord were forgotten. The only time the name was brought up at all was to attach fear and gang awareness. The paper stopped reporting because the West Side gang violence became isolated from the rest of the city and the suburbs, which was society's way of cutting themselves off from the problem. By the time the new mayors took over, the Vice Lord had already returned to crime, thus taking away any interest in helping the organization rebuild or helping the West Side rebuild. There have always been older Vice Lords at the ready, waiting to assist with rebuilding and getting things back in a positive direction, but without key support from government and private institutions, there can never be anything that could be accomplished even close to significance. This started an attitude that from the younger Vice Lord, that older lords that still preached a positive change in later years was just basically disillusioned the Lord that would never get anything done that didn't grasp reality. At this point, the best way for Vice Lords to survive in a depressed land was to sell drugs, especially heroin, which became the lead economic vein for the organization. Just in the Austin community alone, the vice lord took a firm grip on the Harriman Superhighway, trailed all through the streets of this west side community. Vice lords organized their branches into separate mafias, just like how Italian organized crime operates by rival syndicates under one La Casa Nostra entity. The almighty vice lord nation is an overall organization divided into these rival families across the west side. They kill each other and fight for to maintain and to conquer territory for the sole purpose of drug profits. This often seems as necessary because the city and our nation has turned their backs on the vice lords and left them to criminal endeavors. You know, it's good to read. It really is. Excuse me. Let me read a little more. Then I'm going to stop. But when I leave my video, see the conservative vice lords in Chicago, they hear it. And then all the other vice lords, they hearing this. You see, when I leave my video, see, all this stuff about some nag in my library, see. And just like this stupid guy, this Roman saint stuff. See, all it is nagging my library. And I'm going to tell you this, it wasn't just him. See, all this sorority and fraternity mess. See, it was people going around and people outside the state of Illinois going behind people back, going behind the Catholic Church back, and it's all this mess with this nagging my library mess, so they can have anal sex. You know, we're talking about God said this and God said that and God didn't say this and God didn't say that. Okay. Now I'm gonna do a little more reading, then I'm gonna stop. But I mean, you know, the information is not just important, but it touches my heart. You know, it touches my heart when people are sincere. When people are sincere, you know what I'm saying? They're not putting on airs and anything, but they sincere, and that's why you know, you get inspiration. You know, and you don't make people feel like they by themselves. And that's why I want the conservative vice lord to be uninspired. I want the conservative vice lord and all the other vice lords to be inspired. See, reason why I do the things I do, because see, it affects everybody. This nagging my library. And this so-called Gnostic mess. See, I come down on people when you don't want to bear witness to the truth. But when people acknowledge the truth, when they recognize the truth, they respond. And when people respond to the truth, the reaction you get because of things that have happened, just like the things that we hear. See, a lot of things it seems like you're generalizing, but when you talk about individuals, you talk about how a lot of them young guys and indeed these vice lord factions. When you talk about individuals, you had a lot of young individuals who lives were destroyed because of the Nagamah library. It wasn't because of the vice lord crime. It was because somebody was trying to use the Nagamah library to lie to little boys and little girls, and to lie to men, women, and children. See, this Nagamah library stuff is being brought to the highlight. See, that's something that don't be done. And this is what I want the conservative vice lord and all the vice lords to see. When you see all these people go to college, all these sorority fraternities, they'll sit around and talk about it and everything else, but you don't never see them or hear them talk about Gnosticism or all this stuff that these white people be talking about some Western mystery tradition, Western esotericism. It ain't nothing but a lie. It ain't no such thing, but they make it up. And then they use violence. What you think Western esotericism is? It's nothing. What is Western mystery tradition? Nothing. Your imagination. You can make it whatever the hell you want it to be. You just lie. And go around using violence. And having anal sex. All this nonsense. I'm going to do a little more reading. In the year 1976, black migration increased in the West Humboldt Park community. Now black families were moving north of Chicago Avenue and west of Pulaski, putting black families closer to the Puerto Rican community. Racial rivalry between blacks and Puerto Ricans became intense as several acts of violence were beginning along racial lines. At Orr High School by Chicago Avenue and Pulaski, there were several incidents of beatings after school. Hispanic gangs like Latin Kings often victimized groups of black youth, and now several other Hispanic group gangs were moving to K-Town. In the bicentennial year, further intensifying racial conflict, black street gangs were mostly unsuccessful in Humboldt Park in the late 60s and early 70s. During the mid-70s, there wasn't much protection offered from black street gangs in the community until the vice lords arrived in 1976. Conservative vice lord, unknown vice lord, traveling vice lord, and insane vice lord began moving into the area south of Chicago Avenue from Sacramento Boulevard to Pulaski Road. Vice lord also moved to Chicago Avenue up to Division and from Pulaski to the tracks by Keaton. Vice Lord became the largest defender of the black community. Vice Lord would conflict with black gangster disciples that had always resided in the neighborhood, but Vice Lord had almost as equal of a conflict with Latin Kings. Vice Lord will become a permanent part of the West Humboldt Park community over the past several decades and have become heavily invested in the neighborhood. This is how traveling Vice Lord, mafia insane Vice Lord, unknown Vice Lord, and conservative Vice Lord became so deep on these streets. If you were to stand at the intersection of Chicago Avenue and Pulaski, Vice Lord dominate the west and south from that intersection. As I had stated before, the Vice Lord were mainly only in the media about their prison issues. What was not in the media was when the Vice Lord were key players in the creation of the People Alliance in Statesville Prison in April 1973. A labor strike was organized behind prison wall that was put together by black gangster disciples, Black P. Stone, L. Rukin, Mickey Cobra, Black Soul, and Vice Lord gang members. The Vice Lord and black gangster disciples were especially pivotal in this organized that became known as Folk and People. This assembly effectively reached white and Hispanic gangs and got them involved in a total sit down to refuse to do labor in the prison until rotten food stopped being served and there was overall better treatment for inmates. The stoppage protest must have been successful because it never made the news. The Folk and People Alliance were organized because these were allies and enemies that need to be organized for this event. However, for this event, all the gangs in prison became allies while this went down. The reason Folk and People needed to be distinguished is so that they understood they were enemy alliances. They were coming together for this common good. When the event was over, with Folk and People remained, however, a lasting impression was left that these alliances could always come together or negotiate peace and organize war. The L. Rukins, Black P. Stone, and Vice Lord have a deep history that dates to 1959 when Leonard Calloway and Bobby Gore helped their cousins, Jeff Ford and Eugene Harris, organize themselves into Southside gang leaders that eventually created the Black P. Stone Nation. Now, these organizations were coming back together to assemble the People Alliance, and the L. Rukins proposed the Vice Lord become part of the Islamic faith and adopt Islamic symbols and bylaws. With this being established, the Vice Lord and L. Rukins were able to assemble this alliance and represent the Islamic side of the People Alliance that Black P. Stone and Mickey Cole would acknowledge as all is well. The People Alliance could also bring more peace within Vice Lord faction, as there was some conflict among the factions. The overall adopter of the Islamic doctrine brought a spiritual aspect to the Almighty Vice Lord Nation, which provided peaceful spiritual guidance for members to act outside of criminal endeavor. These new Vice Lord doctrines were aimed at preventing violence and bringing new discipline to members. The pyramid was adopted as a new symbol, and each corner of the pyramid will add up to 360 degrees. Just to be clear, though Vice Lord are not Muslim, only Islamic doctrine was adopted, but not the whole faith. In the year 1979, tensions were building between the L. Rukin and Black P. Stone after the split happened in 1976. Each organization was being created, were being credited or discredited for actions they did or didn't commit, as law enforcement and the public pinned certain actions on one group or another when the other group was the actual perpetrator. This called the L. Rukin to declare law over Black P. Stone and Black Stone factions that meant no one was to claim Stone or there would be dire consequence. There was a time when Black P. Stone numbers were at a lower point on the south side than rival disciples Mickey Cole and L. Rukin. Therefore, Black P. Stone members connected with conservative Vice Lord from the west side of Chicago. Black P. Stone members, conservative Vice Lord and Four Corner Hustlers put together a robbery gang called the Pistoleros. This group began congregating and meeting in the Altgeld Garden Project located in the Riverdale neighborhood on the far south side. Much of the group had recently migrated from the west side and had taken up residence in the Altgeld Garden Project in 1979. And this is how they connected with the Black P. Stone in the project. The gang launched two major holdups at the Oriental Theater in downtown Chicago and the Rose Theater located 79 Road in the Greater Grand Crossing neighborhood. After these stick-ups, 1979 and 1980, the conservative vice lord were able to establish a section on the south side in the Pocket Town area of the Greater Grand Crossing neighborhood as a result of Black P. Stone flipping to CBL to avoid the sanctions by the L. Root. This was a way for the old Black P. Stone to keep operations going under the guise of CBL. CBL became established in the 730 Stone Island area. Four Corner hustlers were able to land on this same turf and flip over Black P. Stones as well. Eventual war would break out between CBL and Black P. Stone, and CBL robbed and shot down many Stones, causing a big war. In the 1980s, CBL withdrew from Pocket Town but opened several other sections from there all over the south side in the 1980s, like the infamous London Town CBL at 101 101st in Cottage Grove, and then throughout the Roseland, Morgan Park, and Riverdale, Altgeld Garden area. CBL also opened in the Lawndale Garden Project in the Little Village community, and in West Inglewood, Auburn, Gresham, South Chicago, and Midway Airport area. That included a strong build-up in the LeClaire Courts projects alongside Four Corner Hustle and Black P. Stone. Traveling Vice Lord also settled in the Altgeld Garden, and Insane Vice Lord settled in the Greater Grand Crossing Pocket Town area as well. Insane Vice Lord were the second faction to settle on the south side of the city. In the 1980s and 1990, Vice Lord began heavily engaged in the drug wars on the west side, south side, north side, and in the Cabrini Green project up north. Guns blazed in Cabrini Green as Vice Lord at the 500 North Oak to 502 North Oak Builders bankroll in the Red Wall section, shot it out with rival disciples and even Mickey Cole over drug turf and territory as snipers were posted on rooftops, picking each other off. The Southside Vice Lords were hardened killers of some of the most dangerous Vice Lords known. The Vice Lords of the West Side took over the streets in China, having complete dominance of North Lawndale and Austin, only allowing other gangs to have very small territory in these areas. Black Souls and some gangster disciple factions in the West Garfield Park neighborhood posed some competition, but for the most part, Vice Lords and Four Corner Hustle would dominate this neighborhood. The stronger competition in East Garfield Park was the Black Soul. Other than that, Vice Lord ruled that area to making the Vice Lord conquerors of the west side of Chicago. Even in West Humboldt Park, Vice Lord dominated the entire southern section of the neighborhood as they violently went to war with Hispanic gangs from the neighborhood. In Wicker Park, Vice Lord became accustomed to being outnumbered and having to battle almost every gang in their vicinity. Vice Lord ruled much of the west side public housing projects and owned some of the largest drug operations in these buildings. Renegade Vice Lord, Imperial Insane Vice Lord, Traveling Vice Lord, the Conservative Vice Lord were known to be the biggest project dwelling factions on the west side. They had a major stake in the ABL projects, Rockwell Garden and Henry Homer projects. The many vice lord branches also spread deep in the Chicagoland suburb as they touched down in just about every suburb you can think of. Some major strongholds in the suburb were Elgin, Bolingbrook, Joliet, Rockford, Decatur, Aurora, Addison, Robbins, Chicago Heights, Bellwood, Maywood, Calumet City, Champaign, Evanston, Ford Heights, Harvard, Kankakee, Peoria, Riverdale, Villa Park, and Waukegan. Vice lord will also spread nationwide and land in just about all 50 states in our nation, especially in the Midwest, in states like Michigan, Wisconsin, Missouri, Indiana, Minnesota, and Iowa. Vice lord became very large in Memphis, Tennessee, and out in North Carolina. Vice lord have multiplied into having well over 25,000 members nationwide, and that is only a small estimate. This number is for the entire vice lord nation that accounts for all the individual branches in combined forces, but doesn't account for the fact that vice lord factions operate and govern as separate gangs. The only time almighty vice lord nation became law is when members are behind bars. Then your faction almost stripped as an all vice lord operate as one and follow the nation of the people's alliance strict. On the streets, you cannot simply claim you are a vice lord because the faction are mostly is a war state and have been for a very long time. Even when the wars were not as bad in the 70s, some of the 80s vice lord factions still operated more individually than any other organization in the city. Sure, you will hear about factions of gangster disciples, factions of black peace zone, factions of Latin kings, but those organizations still didn't function as separate like the vice lord do. And the vice lord factions had the most ferocious war between them with any other mob on this site. I do not break down factions, but the vice lord will have the exclusive page where I break down as many other factions as I can, all on this page, and tell all their story. I have already covered the conservative vice lord story, but now we shall tell a brief story of the other active or well-known branch. I will be having no section on this page for Four Corner Hustle and Spanish Vital because those that have their own page due to their extreme individuality. Well, I'm going to stop right there. But I mean, it's good reading. It's good reading. It's a lot of sincere individuals who were sincere. But when that drug stuff go on, it affect everybody. All this heroin and all that mess. But like I said, the point is this. The old heads. See, a lot of stuff that people do, the old heads that I already told you. Elvin Pepperlo Perry, Alfonso Alford, Bobby Gore, and a lot of the other old heads. They say, hey, we ain't doing that no more. So a lot of things, just like I was reading right before I end, some of the stuff you're hearing about, and all this stuff about this heroin and cocaine and what now they got all this stuff with this fentanyl and oxycontin, and you standing around talking about you in the trenches, talking about you making a video, talking about, and then you standing around in the video, and then you doing all this pill popping. See, these are things that the old heads had told you we don't do. And then you're doing all this other stupid stuff, committing all kind of crimes, murders, rapes, robberies, carjackings and all this, It may not be an overall thing, but some individuals do that. They carjack somebody for a car. They'll come up with some stupid idea to rob to commit some kind of robbery, and all this other stuff. But the old heads, they told you it was right. Elvin Pepperlo Perry, Alfonso Alford, Bobby Gore, the old head, they had told all the vice lords, not just one vice lord, not just one group, they told all vice lords. They said all vice lords. Elvin Pepperlo Perry was sitting there. He started. He was sitting there with Alfonso Alford and Bobby Gore, all vice lords. He said, hey, you're going to stop doing all this. So it ain't nothing for nobody to say. It ain't nothing nobody going to say. Elvin Pepperlo Perry was sitting there with Alfonso Alford, with Bobby Gore, and the other old heads. They started it. And they said, we ain't going to do that no more. So you ain't got nothing to say. Don't no damn faction got nothing to say. Nothing. You ain't got a damn thing to say. And they go for the rest of them. God damn it. Some Black P Stone, you ain't got nothing to say. Black Disciple, you ain't got a damn thing to say. Nothing. Black Soul, you ain't got nothing to say. Land and Soul ass, all the souls, you ain't got a damn thing to say. Nothing. It mean the same thing. It mean the same thing. Boss pimps mean the same thing. It's going to mean the same thing. It's going to be a domino effect. Pool all your resources together, all your financial resources together, all the money that you got, every penny, every nickel, every quarter, every dime, every $1 bill, $5 bill, $10 bill, $20 bill, $50 bill, $100 bill, all your pool all your financial resources together and start legitimate businesses. Nobody tell your ass to be going around selling no heroin and cocaine. That's what you did. Then you got the nerve to be talking about religion. Trying to talk about the Nag Hammadi library as some narcissism. So I done already brought that. It ain't nothing for you to talk. Ain't no such thing as narcissism. There's no such thing. It ain't no such thing, no narcissism. No such thing. See, this is what I'm want to make clear. Conservative vice lord, they ain't got to worry about nobody having nothing to say about no damn narcissism, because I done already addressed it. I already got that straightened out. So on that, that's over. It ain't nothing for nobody to say. The dirty sheets and the well-deceivers didn't do anything wrong. So I'm coming to tell you, don't no damn body got nothing to say. You ain't got nothing to say. The dirty sheets and the well-deceivers didn't do anything wrong. You ain't got nothing to say. So all this talking about some narcissism, I got that straightened out. You ain't got nothing to say. Talking about some damn supreme gangster. It's good to do reading. It's good. It's good. See, there's a lot of people that's sincere. And like I said once before, I'm going to say it again, it's a lot of things that happen. A lot. It's a lot of things that happen. To a lot of people. The dirty sheets and the wailing sheep will start. The dirty sheets and the wailing sheep. God damn it, it's a lot of things that happen. Yeah, when Pepper Perry, all the things he done, all the fighting that he had done, all the people that got beat up and hurt. It's a lot of things that happened. Dee got killed, shot and killed by the Mickey Cobras, by the Egyptian Cobras. It's a lot of things that happened. Then the retaliation that came behind it. The vice lord who was standing at the door got shot and killed. Supposedly supposed to been Pepper Perry. But somebody else was standing at the door, got shot and killed. It's a lot of things that happen. A lot. Alfonso Alva, he got shot. Bobby Gore, like I said before, Bobby Gore got put in prison for a crime he didn't commit. Conviction was eventually overturned in 1981. Hell, Sam Cooke got shot and killed. Dr. Martin Luther King got shot and killed. John F. Kennedy got shot and killed. Then his brother got shot and killed. It's a lot that happened. A lot. And we ain't just talking about people getting shot. I don't want to ask none of these women about somebody getting raped. And killed. Some women not only got raped, they got killed. Black women, white women, Asian women, all women. It's a lot that happened. I don't even want to get talking about children. They had to pass a law because of what happened. Kidnapping, raped, and murdered. Little white girl. Then they had to pass a law, Megan's Law. It's a lot that happened. A lot. Why you say that, Eric? Because I know. People sitting around, when you start going in another direction, they start sitting around, want to bring up things that didn't happen. So I'm sitting there telling you, I know. It's a lot that happened. A lot. You talking about some little girls, some little boys in juvenile. Being victimized while they at the youth juvenile center. It's a lot that happened. A lot. I was just look at what I just read about the little boy brought in custody was beat with belts for over 6 hours. It's a lot of things that happen that people can be affected by. It's a lot. Talking about the dirty chicks and the wellness shivas. Talking about how some white woman, some white man, segregation. It's talking about people, all kind of racism all around the country, especially in the South. The Ku Klux Klan. It's a lot that happened. You want to bring it up? Bring it up. You want to talk about somebody, Mickey Conwell got shot? Bring it up. What else you want to bring up? It's a lot that happened that'll affect you. People be heartbroken. Make you fall to your knees. Make you cry. It's a lot that happened. Even today, it's a lot of things that happen. King David Bosdale got shot. Then he died from the wound. Then turn around and White got shot and killed. It's a lot of things that can hurt you in your heart, man. It's a lot. I heard about, the little black disciple boy, Yummy. It's a lot of things that happen that can break your heart. It's a lot of things that'll just have you all down on your knee crying. It's a lot. Hell, John Lennon got shot and killed. Then I just seen something today. This week, they were talking about the Manson murder. One of the people that was involved in it made parole. People affected by that, man. People affected by it. It breaks people's heart, man, to hear about something like that. All kind of things that'll just have you on your knees crying. I heard about people overdosing. Just like Michael Jackson. He died. Then Prince died. Overdose. Painkillers. Now, I don't have no ill will toward I don't know all these celebrity athletes and entertainers personally. But still, just to hear somebody's life there's a lot of things that happen that'll just, have you down on your knees and you'll be crying, and then it'll be something else, then it'll just be something else, and you'll just, just like the World Trade Center. I can't see nobody not being affected, somebody call themselves going to hijack a plane, then intentionally try to use the airplane as a weapon, crash into the World Trade Center, and then, kill all these people on the plane, they self and the people on the plane. And then look what came behind it. A war. Look how many people died. Look how many servicemen and women, if they didn't die in the war, they were injured. They were wounded in the war. Then think about all the civilian people. It'll have you on your knees and you'll be heartbroken. It's a lot of things that happen that'll break your heart all day, every day. All kind of stuff. That'll just you hear about on news. You'll be out on your. You just be down on your knees. It's like you'll never get up. It's like you'll just be down on your knees, crying, and you just can't get up because you be overwhelmed with emotion. So you just have to realize it's a lot of things that'll affect you. And it ain't always easy where you can just pick up and go on. Because you're going to always remember. Who can forget? I mean, can you imagine, man, just seeing this thing, John F. Kennedy, on television? Who can forget? Who can forget that? It's one thing about Dr. Martin Luther King's death. It wasn't televised. But can you imagine, man, just if you sat there and thought about John F. Kennedy being shot and killed and it's on television and you can't never get that image out your mind, and seeing his wife, you know what I'm saying? And then at the funeral. But the reason why I say that because it affects people, man. Can you imagine all these black men and women who had hope in John F. Kennedy? And somebody just take the floor from up under you and to see the violence to kill this man and his wife riding in the car with him. And then his children, they'll grow up, they'll always have that video. And it's all kind of other stuff. But that's what it means to be affected. It'll always have that effect on you. You feel sorry for that man. Yeah, you do. You feel sorry for that man. And for his wife and his children and his family. Because you can't never just say, like, man, why did you do that? Then turn around his own brother. The same thing. People actually walking around, then next thing you know, Robert F. Kennedy got shot and killed. In front of everybody. You think they don't have an effect on you? It do. It affect everybody. And then, man, can you talking about police brutality? When they saw that Rodney King thing, you see the reaction? Not just in Los Angeles, but around the country. How it affected people. First of all, how this man got beat like that. But then to have it televised. People actually, when they actually saw what was done by these white police officers, the reaction you saw, not just in Los Angeles, but it was around this country. And then all the other incidents. How that affect people. It's a lot of things that happen that'll touch your heart. That'll have you out, have you down on your knees, crying. You can't even get back up. You can't even get back up. But you have to ask for strength. That's when you have to ask my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, the Son of God, can you please help me get back on my feet? Because that's about the only way I can stand up. Because I can't do it on my own. So I had to ask Jesus to help me stand back up. Every time I think about Sam Cooke, when I read that autopsy, I felt sorry for that man. I feel sorry for that man. For his family. That was a low down thing to do. Low down, dirty thing to do. So I mean, it's a lot of things that can make you reflect. It's a lot of things that happen. And because of those things that happen, you just can't stop. You can't stop and just and just won't move. You know, you gotta. If you can't do it on your own, ask Jesus to help you. Ask Jesus, will you please help me? Help me to get back up. Because I need you. Ask Jesus. But I wanted to make my video today because, you know, like I said, that nagging my library nonsense, it's really stupid. Every time I see the Pope, every time I look over there in Rome, I see the Vatican over there, I just say, you know, this is about the stupidest mess. To see all these colleges and universities and see people just going around being stupid. Just constantly going around being stupid. Intentionally, deliberately trying to victimize innocent men, women, and children. Trying to hurt the dogs and the cats, the kittens and the puppies. Trying to destroy yourself as well as others. Just being destructive. Trying to destroy wildlife, nature, and the environment. Talking about the material world's evil. I already got this straightened out. There's no... Plato, in his book, The Timaeus, or Timaeus, talked about the demiurge. And the demiurge was a good god who desired a world of good. And all they rejected knowledge. See, that's what all that gnosis. See, that's all that you just making up. It's just your imagination. You're just making up stuff. You're just making up a bunch of lies, and you just go on. Then you go around using violence and being violent. Trying to destroy the North and South Pole. Now you're going out in space. You know? Based on all lies. It's all these lies. So, I'm going to leave my video. I know Conservative Vice Lord, Conservative Vice Lord Incorporated, it's going to be revitalized. Bootstrap, it's going to be revitalized. It's going to be a lot of things, good things coming. It ain't going to be no overnight, of course. It ain't going to be no overnight thing. But the thing about it, Conservative Vice Law Incorporated is being revitalized. Bootstrap is being revitalized. The dirty sheets and the willing seamen will not be forgotten. They won't be forgotten. All their contributions will be acknowledged and recognized. So, let me before I end my video, let me glance over here at the Russian newspaper. This is nonsense. Yeah, let me go over here to the TASS Russian News Agency. All right, military operation Ukraine. when I'm looking at the TASS Russian news agency newspaper, you don't see the Ukrainian military having any success whatsoever. And so, you know, and the United States government and NATO are continuing to provide the Ukrainian military with weapons. Now the United States government is going to give the Ukrainians these cluster bombs. All the people around the world have already have banned cluster munitions. Only thing it's going to lead to is an escalation. That's all it's going to lead to. And see, I'm just sitting there reading an article where President Putin is saying the same thing. They haven't even used anything. They have those type of weapons, but I mean, you know, they haven't even used any of those cluster munitions at all. But when you do something like that, you can't expect nobody to sit around and let you do, you know, without them doing the same thing. So like I said, you know, when you do something like that, all it's going to lead to is an escalation. It don't sound like President Biden want to have peace in any shape or form fashion. You know, want to have peace. Only thing they're trying to do is trying to escalate this whole thing where they can try to push the United States into this thing. So like I said, I'm gonna get ready to end today's video, and want to thank our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, Son of God, for all the blessings and guidance they provides us all with, and always put God first. Always put our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, Son of God first, and just remember, there ain't no such thing as no narcissist. There's no such thing. There's no such thing. There's no gnosis. There's no such thing. esoteric and exoteric. Now break it down to syllable. Esoteric. Esoteric. Break it down to syllable. Esoteric. Esoteric. Exoteric. Break it down to syllables. Exoteric. Exoteric. Break it down to syllables. Exoteric. Rejected knowledge. Rejected knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. And so, like I said, I'm getting ready to end today's video. And so, we had to put things and start doing things, but it's not gonna be an overnight thing. It's not gonna be no overnight or one day thing. It's gonna take. It's a step by step. It's a process. But it's not something that can't be done. Because remember, at that day and time, the sisters and brothers came together. They did things then. It can be done today. What was done yesterday can be done today. And it wasn't no overnight process then. And it's not gonna be no overnight thing today. We living in a day and time where we living in a digital age. A lot of inventions have been made, just like, for example, the World Wide Web, you know. And so it's a lot of opportunities out here, you know. And so we had to take advantage of those opportunities and not get blinded by success. You know, it's a right way and a wrong way. As you can see, the wrong way to do things only lead to death and destruction. Drugs, alcohol, trying to do things that way. You ain't gonna never succeed that way. And the old heads already told you about legitimate business. And so if you thought you was gonna be doing some business and you gonna street hustle, the old heads showed you that they really just didn't accomplish anything with the automobiles and had all them car keys. You know, you got the police and everything. See, when you do legitimate businesses, you ain't got to worry about the police. Now that marijuana is legal, you ain't got to worry about the police. But I mean, yesterday it wasn't legal, but I mean, today it's legal. There's a lot of things that changed. I mean, you know, last year, abortion and all that kind of stuff. Now look what happened. Now they done changed that. Now the court done said something about affirmative action. Now, I mean, you know, from one day to the next, 1 year to the next. But irregardless, the old heads had already put it down, and they was right. They were right. You got to stop doing all this foolishness. They told you. They told everybody. So don't get yourself caught up in some nonsense talking about some factions and all that. No. Yeah, when Pepper Perry told you. They told you. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. They told you. They ain't going like that, man. It ain't going like that. And like I already told you, man, what you teach and how you teach. What you teach and how you teach. One example, this guy that broke away, this guy talking about some Roman saints and all that kind of crazy mess. But that's a serious thing, though. When you think about it, because like I said, when I'm sitting here looking at it, I'm already knowing what the nonsense means. It means a nag of my library. See, during that period, when you get to the 60s, we're not in 1945 no more. We beyond it. So now you got all this college, you got all these sorority fraternity, and then some of these celebrity people, entertainers and athletes. See, people were going around behind other people's backs. And you can see that people were going around trying to talk to people and all this kind of say stuff behind people's backs. Yeah, this guy named Eugene Brown broke off and formed his own gang. You see what I'm talking about? And then you know how one person by himself, so it had to be some people that were walking around who were listening to what he was saying. And then on that particular period, he gonna branch off. How you gonna recruit? With all the Vice Lord doing what they were doing, so how does Eugene Brown gonna break off and form his own gang called the Roman Saint? How you gonna recruit? You know what they tell me? You know what they're telling me? They tell Eric that the nag of my library. That's what they tell me. Because I can't see how Edwin Pepperlo Perry, Alfonso Alford, Bobby Gore, all of them was around. Who the hell you listening to? Callaway, Ren, they was around. Toho, all the guys who put it down. So you saying you don't have no respect for Edwin Pepperlo Perry? Oh, you don't have no respect. So you gonna break off. You gonna break off. And who are all the rest of these people? They broke off. How you don't have no respect for Edwin Pepperlo Perry? How you don't have no respect for Bobby Gore? You ain't had nobody to talk to? You got a problem? The nag of my library. He don't know what he talking about. And the rest of them, they don't know what the fuck, they don't know what the hell they talking about either. Excuse me. That's what that tells me. You don't know what you're talking about. See, when I see it, I know what I'm seeing. And I'm telling you, Eugene Brown don't know what he's talking about. And the people that were with him, they don't know what they talking about either. I know what that is. The nag of my library. Talking about some damn narcissism. You don't know what you're talking about. See, this what I make sure the conservative vice lord don't even let anybody, don't let nobody try that again. I leave my video, I'm telling you, I'm walking around mad. I see my daddy behind me, my daddy and my mama picture. I'm mad. I'm really mad about it. Then my uncle, my daddy's little brother, my Uncle Lemuel, man, I'm really mad. But that dude there, man, that Eugene Brown, that broke off, and talking about he formed his own gang called the Roman Saint. I'm saying this conservative vice lord and to everybody else. That dude, he don't know what he's talking about. And the people that were walking around with him, they didn't know what they were talking about. And anybody else try that, I'm telling you, you're going to have a goddamn problem with Eric. You don't want no problem, man. You're going to have a goddamn problem with Eric. Talking about some nag on my library. Man, I'm telling you. The supreme gangster, I'm telling you, man. I know the police riding around. I know. But you better not even have a thought in your mind. You better not be walking your ass around and have any notion in your mind that it's okay. Because I'm telling you, I'll show you. We'll show you. No. It ain't cool, man. No. It ain't cool to be walking around Chicago, man. No. No. You ain't accepted, man. You not accepted. Don't approve of it. And a damn sure don't want to allow it. Conservative Vice Law Incorporated is being revitalized. Bootstrap being revitalized. It ain't no place for you. It ain't no place for you. It's already, that's point blank. It's straight to the point. It ain't no place for you. And so, man, and then, I'm on conservative bylaw, it's just a reminder, man, in this day and time, we got all this Asian American, Pacific Islanders. I seen a YouTube video the other day, man. It just, all this blood crip mess, you know what I'm saying? All this stupid blood crip mess. And I'm sitting up here looking at some people over in Hawaii. Out of all places, man, Hawaii. And they sitting up here making a YouTube video talking about they some bloods. And then, man, sometimes how sometimes you be on your phone or something, and then you'll go to your YouTube channel, and then you be watching a YouTube video or whatever. And then I just happened to be seen one the first Native American they were having like a powwow and everything. But man, this blood crip mess. Look, this blood crip mess. I don't want the conservative bylaw to think. I want the conservative bylaw to see the same thing I'm seeing. This nonsense, this blood crip man, because they ain't no a bunch of damn imitators. The imitators. Because, their supreme gangster ain't nothing but a fabricator. So, the imitator and the fabricator, it's all that blood crip mess, ain't nothing but a bunch of imitators. You'll hear them say some mess, They'll take some kind of slang word and they'll call themselves making a YouTube video talking about some rap song, and you'd be like, you know what I'm saying? You had this guy here in the city of Memphis the other day talking about some Big 3 basketball. Got the imitator sitting over there. You know what I'm saying? Man, look, Conservative Vice Law Incorporated is being revitalized. Bootstrap being revitalized. So look, I'm gonna go ahead and end today's video. What I got? YouTube video is like 3 hours and a couple minutes right before. So I'm gonna make this a 4-hour video. I'm gonna make it a 4-hour video. But like I said, man, this whole thing, it's gonna be a lot of business and everything gonna be started. We're gonna pool our resources together, man, and we're gonna do some real good things. You know what I'm saying? I can just feel it, man. I can just feel the positivity and the way things gonna be going, man. Like I said, it don't be no overnight thing, of course. Then when I think about entertainment and everything, Bootstrap, Conservative Vice Law Incorporated, man, it's a lot of good finna come, and we're gonna have all this stuff with this drugs and all this stuff it's in the past, man. All this popping pills and all that kind of nonsense. You know what I'm saying? That's the past, man. That ain't real, man. That ain't the way we do it. No, you don't do that. No. No. So, like I said, I'm making this 4-hour video, so, couple more seconds, about 1 more minute. But they were conservative Vice Lord and all the Vice Lord, you know what I'm saying? Evan Pepperlo Perry, on that day, he was right there. When all these things were being said with the old head. Evan Pepperlo Perry was right there. Alfonso Alford was right there. You know what I'm saying? He was right there. So, when they made that clear on that day, at that time, all that stuff about factions arguing and all that, we independent and we ain't all, man, when Evan Pepperlo Perry stood right there, you can say whatever you want about a faction. It don't mean nothing. It really don't. Because Evan Pepperlo Perry, when he started this thing, the reformatory school, him and his friend, him and Calloway, and the rest of them that was at the reformatory. See, what you be trying to say ain't saying nothing. Because that was never the goal. That was never the aim. True enough, Vice Lord got big and started growing. So in order to maintain control, sometimes you have to break things up to maintain control. Because it got so widespread. And then another thing I'm going to say is this. When it comes to all that faction stuff, see, that's another thing about all these people trying to talk behind Evan Pepperlo Perry back. They're trying to go behind Ren's back, trying to go behind Toho back, trying to go behind Calloway back, trying to go behind Bobby Gore back, and all this kind of mess with this nagging my library. See, when you be talking about all this faction stuff, see, I know. And then you got people living outside the city of Chicago, people in other states, and you got all these white people included who have more education. You got some people who don't want to listen to nobody but somebody that's white or something, or somebody that they think knows something. They'll listen to them, then they don't want to listen to them. All that kind of nonsense behind people's backs. See, that was that nag of my library. And all this stuff about some sorority and fraternity and all this. See, there's a lot of sorority and fraternity, including white. At the white school, at that time, when they weren't allowing blacks / African Americans to go to these colleges and universities, you can only go to a historically black college and university with the Divine Nine. And so, all this stuff with this nagging my library, this so-called Gnosticism, and then, all this stuff about some Western mystery tradition, Western esotericism, all lies. Anal sex. God said this and God said that. God didn't say this and God didn't say that. Anal sex. Look, man, I'm finna end today's video. I'm gonna come back on my next video. You know what I'm saying? But we don't, you know what I'm saying? Conservative Vice Lord Incorporated being revitalized. Bootstrap is being revitalized. You take care of yourself. Wish each and every one of you the very best.